Hey everyone! This evening we're embarking on an exploration into the core of one of the most remarkable love tales in history. It's the account of a solitary young monarch who discovered enchantment in the least anticipated spot, a modest Christmas tree. Yet this isn't merely about decorations and lights. It's about how one lady's urgent quest for affection reshaped a whole country's way of marking the holiday season. Envision this. December 1837. A young woman, scarcely 18, sits by herself in the most magnificent palace in England, encircled by numerous attendants, but sensing more solitude than any pauper on London's streets. She dons a crown heavier than mere metal. It carries the destiny of an empire. And as flakes of snow start drifting past her window at Buckingham Palace, she jots down in her journal phrases that could tug at your emotions. An admission of isolation so intense it required a prince from Germany and a festive wonder to mend it. What unfolded during that initial winter, and how did it lay the groundwork for an affection that would truly alter the global observance of Christmas eternally? Stick around, as what you're on the verge of uncovering isn't found in standard history volumes. Before we venture into the softly illuminated corridors of Windsor Castle side by side, I'd like to pose a question to you. If this narrative has already piqued your interest, if you're sensing that small flicker of curiosity regarding what's ahead, could you do something for me? Simply press that subscribe option. Give it a thumbs up if you're prepared for a tale that will alter your view of Christmas. And by the way, leave a note in the comments sharing where you're tuning in from at this moment. Are you lounging in bed or on the sofa? Perhaps you're on the move and seeking a narrative to ease you into relaxation. It warms my heart to realize we're connecting in this instant, despite being separated by vast distances. And one additional note. Lower those lights if possible. Perhaps activate a fan or some soft ambient sound that softens everything, quiets it down, makes it feel more personal and close. Because this evening, we're not simply studying history, we're experiencing it. All right, let's get started. December 1837. London is covered in a layer of snow, the sort that renders the city nearly enchanting, nearly pristine, if you overlook the chilly fog and the hardship leaking from each narrow street. But within Buckingham Palace, in a space brightened by numerous candles flickering off thick velvet drapes, a young lady is seated at her desk for writing. Her name is Victoria. She's 18 years old, and half a year prior, she ascended to the throne as Queen of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. Allow me to sketch a portrait of who this young woman truly was, since history tends to convert queens into sculptures, into severe images displayed in galleries. But Victoria, at 18, was hardly 5 feet in height, with large blue eyes that might spark with anger one instant and brim with tears the following. She possessed a tone that could dominate a gathering when required. But privately, she remained simply a girl who'd never been permitted to act as a child. You see, Victoria's early years were akin to a bad dream cloaked in luxury and formality. It bore a title, the Kensington System. Picture this. From her earliest days as a small child, she was never, and I emphasize never, permitted to be unaccompanied. She couldn't descend a flight of stairs without grasping an adult's hand. She couldn't select her own companions. She couldn't even rest in her own chamber. Each night, her mother's bed was positioned right next to hers, a perpetual oversight, a constant monitoring. They labeled it safeguarding. They labeled it readying her for queenship. But in truth, It was a prison constructed from noble aims and dominating influences. Her mother, the Duchess of Kent, wasn't a traditional antagonist. She was a lady who'd lost her spouse when Victoria was merely 8 months old, a princess from Germany isolated in an unfamiliar land, eager to preserve importance and authority. So she permitted a man called Sir John Conroy to direct her, a schemer who viewed young Victoria as his path to sway. Together, they devised this setup, this confinement of manners and seclusion, convincing themselves they were forming a prospective ruler. What they were genuinely doing was stifling the essence of a young girl who simply yearned to frolic in a park, to chuckle without approval, to feel affection without doubt. And Christmas, oh, Christmas during Victoria's youth wasn't the cozy, radiant festivity we envision. It was stiff. It was chilly. It was an obligation to fulfill instead of a delight to savor. There could be a modest tree. Indeed, her mother from Germany upheld that custom from her homeland. There might be several presents swapped with strict ritual, but no mirth resounding through the passages. No feeling of kin drawn near, of confidences murmured and treats pilfered from the cookery. There was solely the Duchess observing, Conroy murmuring suggestions, and little Victoria discovering that affection invariably arrived with stipulations and restrictions. Is it surprising, then, that upon her eventual liberation, when her uncle King William IV passed on June 20th, 1837, and that crown settled upon her brow, Victoria's initial demand was for her own sleeping quarters? She was 18 years old, and it marked the first occasion in her whole existence that she slumbered alone, the first instance she shut a door and realized no one was observing her inhale in the obscurity. But here's the aspect of liberty. When you've never possessed it previously, it can seem as frightening as imprisonment, because Victoria acquired her own sleeping quarters. Yes, she obtained her own palace. She managed to exile her mother to remote suites, where she wouldn't encounter her daily. She attained authority surpassing what most individuals ever envision. But she also attained something she'd never encountered in quite this manner before: solitude. Authentic, piercing, profound solitude. December 1837, her initial Christmas as monarch. And Victoria is positioned in Buckingham Palace, surrounded by officials old enough to be her grandparent, by attendants who curtsy but never truly perceive her, by nobles who grin and plot, and weigh each phrase they utter to her. She has Lord Melbourne, her prime minister, who treats her kindly in his manner, a paternal presence who offers guidance and steadies her grasp when the crown's burden feels overwhelming. But even he cannot fully comprehend her experience. Even he returns to his own existence at night, leaving her solitary with her reflections and her journal. And oh, that journal! If you wish to grasp Victoria's spirit, you must grasp her journal. From age 13, she penned in it nearly daily. Not the arid governmental notes you might anticipate from royalty, but unfiltered, sincere, passionate expressions. She documented all: what she donned, what she consumed, who irritated her, who amused her. And within those entries, you can observe the authentic Victoria, the girl beneath the crown, the person urgently attempting to comprehend a world that granted her all except what she craved most: to be sincerely, unconditionally cherished. That initial Christmas of her rule, she describes the events with a sort of remote courtesy. There is a tree since her mother always included one. There are presents traded. There is a meal with all the appropriate courses. But you can discern the gaps, can you not? You can sense the void, the mechanical progression, the notion that Christmas is merely another occasion where she must enact the role of queen, where she must smile and affirm and feign that all this splendor fills the empty space in her core. Now, let me provide some background here, because this is crucial for comprehending just how groundbreaking things are poised to turn. In 1837, Christmas in England wasn't the enormous cultural event it is nowadays. I mean, certainly, folks observed it. There were religious services, there were distinctive meals, there were ancient customs involving greenery and carol singing, but it wasn't the grand family-oriented gift-exchanging tree-adorning spectacle we know now. In fact, Christmas had only lately regained status as a public holiday. For quite some time, especially during the Puritan period in the 17th century, Christmas had been outlawed in England. Can you picture it? They deemed it too Catholic, too excessive, too centered on worldly delights rather than spiritual restraint. So for many years, observing Christmas was actually unlawful. It wasn't until the monarchy's restoration that the holiday staggered back into English existence, but even then it was a mere shadow of its medieval form. By the time Victoria ascended the throne, Christmas was someplace in the middle recognized, but not especially distinctive. The laboring classes might receive a day off. Affluent households might enjoy a fine meal. But it wasn't the highlight of the year. It wasn't enveloped in the cozy, sentimental emotions and commercial rush we link with it now. It definitely wasn't a period when the entire country appeared to halt and recall what truly counted. And for Victoria individually, Christmas was simply another prompt of what she'd never truly possessed, a joyful, ordinary family. She notes in her journal during that era, and I'm rephrasing here, but the feeling is utterly evident that Christmas wasn't a cherished, joyful occasion for her as a child. There was no warmth in it, no security, no sense of belonging to something greater than herself that loved her for who she was, instead of what she symbolized. Ponder that for an instant. Here is a girl who's just been entrusted with the most influential throne on earth. She can direct armies. She can enact laws. Her likeness will appear on every coin in the domain. But she cannot direct someone to truly love her. She cannot legislate herself into a feeling of belonging. And as the snow descends on that December evening in 1837, as she gazes out at London extending before her in all its gaslit splendor, she feels more isolated than ever in her life. But here's what renders this narrative so lovely, so profoundly human. Victoria doesn't realize it yet, but transformation is approaching. In 2 years, all will differ. A young gentleman with soft eyes and a solemn demeanor will enter Windsor Castle, and Victoria's meticulously managed world will fragment into something chaotic and marvelous and more authentic than anything she's ever experienced. But we're not at that point yet. Currently, we're in this instant with this solitary girl queen attempting to determine how to be both mighty and human, both ruler and someone who simply desires to be embraced. Let me describe the type of Christmas Victoria knew in those early times. The palace would be adorned, but in a subdued, formal fashion. Evergreen branches might be hung over fireplaces. That was an ancient custom, introducing greenery indoors during winter as a sign that life endures even in the bleakest, coldest months. Holly and ivy, remnants of pagan festivities that Christianity had incorporated over the ages. But it was all executed with such formality, such rigid compliance to what was appropriate and anticipated. The cuisine would be intricate, naturally. When you're the Queen of England, you don't consume simple fare. There would be several courses, each a masterpiece of Victorian extravagance, soups and fish and roasted meats and game pies. Perhaps peacock, with the feathers reattached for show, a baron of beef sliced with ceremony, plum pudding carried in a flame with brandy, a display meant to astonish. But display isn't equivalent to warmth, is it? You can have the most elaborate meal imaginable and still feel hollow within. And the presents, well, gifts were traded in royal spheres, but again, it was carefully arranged. No impulsiveness, no surprises from the heart, everything selected with consideration for decorum and political implication. Everything evaluated and quantified and deprived of true delight. This is what Victoria knew. This is all she had ever known. And part of her, the part that had been shaped by the Kensington system, the part that had learned to endure by being cautious and controlled, part of her accepted that this was just how life was. You performed your duty. You preserved your dignity. You did not hope for fairy tales. But there was another part of her, a part she tried to hide even from herself, that yearned for something more, that read novels and dreamed of romance, that wrote in her diary about handsome young men she glimpsed at balls and wondered what it would be like to be courted, to be chosen, not because she was queen, but because she was Victoria. That part of her knew deep down that there had to be more to life than this gilded cage. And you know what? She was right. There was more, so much more. But to understand what was about to happen, to really appreciate the transformation that was coming, you have to sit with her in this loneliness first. You have to feel the weight of that crown on her small shoulders. You have to understand that when you are told from birth that you are different, that you are above others, that you cannot trust anyone's motives because everyone wants something from you. When that is your reality, then genuine connection becomes the rarest, most precious thing in the world. Victoria had power. She had wealth beyond imagining. She had a palace full of priceless art and servants ready to fulfill her every whim. But she did not have what every human being needs. She did not have someone who saw past the crown to the girl underneath. Someone who loved her not for what she could give them, but for who she was. Not yet. But imagine, just imagine what it would be like when she finally found that person. Imagine the intensity of that connection when it came. Imagine how it would feel to someone who'd been starved for real affection her entire life. That is the story we're about to tell. Not just a story about a queen and a prince, but a story about a human heart finally finding its home. So, as we leave Victoria here in December 1837, sitting by her window, watching the snow fall on London, writing in her diary about another Christmas that failed to fill the emptiness inside her, as we leave her here on the edge of everything about to change, I want you to remember this moment. Remember what it feels like to be lonely, even when surrounded by people. Remember what it feels like to long for something you cannot quite name, because that longing, that ache, that hope against hope, that is what makes the next part of this story so incredibly, impossibly beautiful. In just a few years, a young German prince will bring more than just Christmas trees into Victoria's life. He will bring laughter. He will bring partnership. He will bring a kind of love so deep, so genuine, so transformative that it will change not just Victoria, but an entire nation's understanding of what Christmas could be, what family could be, what love could be. But that prince, Prince Albert of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha, He is living his own story right now in his own country, shaped by his own joys and sorrows. And if we're going to understand why their love was so powerful, why it lasted beyond death itself, why it created traditions that we still follow today, we need to understand him too. So, in the next part of our journey, we're leaving England behind for a while. We're traveling to Germany, to a small duchy, where a serious young boy is growing up surrounded by Christmas magic. The real kind. The kind that comes from family and tradition and genuine warmth. We're going to meet Albert before he ever dreamed he would be a prince consort. Back when he was just a boy who loved philosophy and music, and those glittering candlelit Christmas trees that his father brought into their home each December. Because here is the thing. Victoria and Albert's story is not just about two people falling in love. It is about two halves of a whole finding each other across countries and cultures and expectations. It is about how sometimes the person who can heal your deepest wounds is the one who carries their own scars, who understands loneliness from the inside, who has also been searching for home. So take a deep breath. Let this image settle in your mind. Young Victoria alone in her palace, not knowing that her salvation is already out there, growing up under different stars, preparing to walk into her life and change everything. The loneliest winter is almost over. The love story of a lifetime is about to begin. And trust me, what comes next is more beautiful than you can possibly imagine. So, we cross the channel now, leaving behind the gray skies of London and traveling east into the heart of Germany. Forget everything you think you know about royal childhoods for a moment, because what we're about to discover is something completely different from the cold, controlled world Victoria knew. We're going to a place where Christmas was not just a day on the calendar. It was pure magic, where candles glowed on evergreen branches, where the smell of gingerbread filled entire rooms, where a little boy with serious eyes learned that love could be warm, tangible, and wrapped in traditions that had been passed down for generations. This is the story of Albert, Prince Albert of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha. And if you want to understand why his love would eventually heal Victoria's wounded heart, why he would transform Christmas for an entire empire, you have to start here. In the snow-covered Duchy of Coburg, in a castle that looked like something out of a fairy tale, where joy and heartbreak lived side by side, shaping the man who would one day be called the love of Victoria's life. Are you still with me? Good, because this part of the story is going to surprise you. August 26th, 1819. 3 months before Victoria was born, a second son came into the world at a place called Schloss Rosenau, Rosenau Castle. Imagine it if you can. A Renaissance palace sitting in the Thuringian hills, surrounded by forests so thick and green they seemed almost enchanted. Towers reaching toward the sky, gardens that in summer burst with roses, hence the name Rosenau, the place of roses. And in winter, when snow blanketed everything, it became the kind of scene you would find on a Christmas card, the kind that makes you believe in magic. This was where Albert was born, not in some sterile formal royal apartment, but in a home that still felt like a home despite being a palace. His father was Ernest I, Duke of Saxe-Coburg-Saalfeld. Quite a mouthful, right? And his mother was Princess Louise of Saxe-Gotha-Altenburg. Two German royals from minor houses, nowhere near the power and prestige of the British throne, but noble nonetheless. Old blood, old traditions, old ways of doing things that stretched back centuries. Albert was the younger of two boys. His brother, also named Ernest, was born just a year earlier. And from the very beginning, there was something different about little Albert, something quieter, more thoughtful. While his brother was boisterous and energetic, Albert was the one who would sit and study things, really study them, the way light filtered through leaves, the pattern of frost on a window, the mechanics of how things worked. But here is what you need to understand about Albert's early childhood. For the first few years, it was genuinely happy, not perfect. No childhood is perfect, but filled with the kind of warmth that Victorian never knew. His mother, Princess Louise, adored her boys. She would play with them, read to them, sing to them. She was not a distant formal figure who only appeared at scheduled times. She was present, she was loving, and she brought her own German traditions into their home with a kind of joy that was infectious. And oh, those German Christmas traditions. This is where it all begins. You see, this is where the seeds were planted that would eventually grow into the Christmas we celebrate today. In Germany, particularly in the regions where Albert grew up, Christmas was not some stiff formal affair. It was Weihnachten, a word that even sounds warm when you say it. It was a time when families came together, when homes were transformed into wonderlands of light and scent and anticipation. And at the center of it all was the Tannenbaum, the Christmas tree. Now, I know what you're thinking. Christmas trees feel so universal now, so obviously a part of the holiday, that it's hard to imagine a time when they were exotic and foreign. But trust me, in the early 19th century, if you were in England and someone suggested bringing an entire tree inside your house and decorating it, people would look at you like you had lost your mind. Trees belonged outside. Why would you bring one into your parlor? But in Germany, this tradition went back centuries. There are records of decorated Christmas trees in Germany as early as the 16th century. Guilds would set up trees decorated with apples, nuts, dates, and paper flowers. Families would bring evergreen trees into their homes as a symbol of life persisting through the dead of winter. And over time, the tradition evolved, became more elaborate, more magical. By the time Albert was a boy in the 1820s, the German Christmas tree was a work of art. Picture this: a fir tree, maybe 6 or 7 feet tall, brought into the main hall of the castle. And then the decorating would begin. Small wax candles carefully attached to the branches with little metal clips, dozens of them, so that when they were all lit, the entire tree glowed like a constellation of stars brought down to earth. Can you imagine the fire hazard? Can you imagine how carefully they must have watched those candles? But the effect must have been absolutely breathtaking, especially to a child. And then the ornaments. Not the glass baubles we use today. Those came later. No, the ornaments of Albert's childhood were things you could eat. Gilded walnuts, their shells covered in gold leaf, hung on ribbons, gingerbread cookies cut into shapes, stars, hearts, little men decorated with icing and sugar pearls. Something called barley sugar, a hard candy twisted into spirals and canes, shimmering and translucent, and sugar plums, which were not actually plums at all, but little comfits, seeds covered in layers, and layers of boiled sugar shaped to look like fruit with a little wire stem so they could hang on the branches. Think about what that means for a moment. The Christmas tree was not just beautiful, it was delicious. It was a promise that at some point during the festivities, you would get to pluck those treats off the branches and devour them. What child would not be utterly enchanted by that idea? And the smell. Oh, the smell must have been intoxicating. Fresh pine from the tree itself, mixing with the warm scent of baking gingerbread from the kitchens. The sweet tang of candied fruits, the waxy smoke of the candles, all of it combining into something that meant Christmas, that meant home, that meant safety and joy and everything good in the world. Albert's father, Duke Ernest, took Christmas very seriously. He was a complicated man. We will get to that. But in this, he gave his son something precious. Every year, he would personally oversee the selection of the tree. It had to be perfect, the right shape, the right height, the right fullness of branches, and then he would supervise its decoration, making sure everything was just so. This was not a task delegated to servants. This was family tradition passed down from his father and his father's father, stretching back through generations of German winters. And then there were the other traditions. Oh, so many traditions. The Advent wreath with its 4 candles, one lit each Sunday leading up to Christmas. The wooden nativity scene set up in a place of honor with hand-carved figures that had been in the family for generations. The singing of carols, not just in church, but at home gathered around the piano. Voices blending in harmony and St. Nicholas. This is important. On December 6th, St. Nicholas Day, German children would be visited by St. Nicholas himself, or rather, someone dressed as him, a tall, imposing figure in bishop's robes, carrying a staff and a sack. And he would ask the children if they had been good, if they had obeyed their parents, done their lessons, been kind to others, and if they had been good, they would receive treats, apples, nuts, gingerbread. But if they had been naughty, well, St. Nicholas traveled with a companion called Knecht Ruprecht, who carried switches and would threaten to punish bad children. Can you imagine how terrifying and thrilling this must have been for a young child? The anticipation, the slight fear, the relief when you were declared good and received your treats. Years later, when Albert was grown and married to Victoria, he would recreate this tradition for their children. Victoria writes about it in her journal. December 24th, 1856. Albert arranged for someone to dress up as St. Nicholas, most formidable looking in black covered with snow, a long white beard and red nose of a gigantic stature. The children were both frightened and delighted, and afterward Albert gave them gingerbread and apples, just like he had received as a boy. These were the Christmas memories Albert carried with him. These were the foundations of his understanding of what the holiday should be. Not formal, not cold, but warm, family-centered, filled with traditions that connected you to your past and to the people you loved most. But here is where the story takes a darker turn. Because I told you Albert's early childhood was happy, and it was. But it did not stay that way. Albert was 7 years old when his world shattered. 7 years old when he learned that love, no matter how strong, could be ripped away without warning. His mother, Princess Louise, beautiful, vivacious, loving Louise, was not happy in her marriage. Duke Ernest, for all his good qualities, was not a faithful husband. He had affairs, multiple affairs, and in the rigid moral code of the time, this was somewhat expected of men in his position, not admirable, but tolerated. But Louise was not content to simply endure. She wanted more from life. She wanted passion. She wanted to feel alive. She began an affair of her own with a man who was not her husband. And when Duke Ernest found out, there was no forgiveness, no second chances. This was an unforgivable sin, a stain on the family honor that could not be overlooked. In 1824, when Albert was just 5 years old, his parents separated, and 2 years later, in 1826, they divorced. Actually divorced, which was almost unheard of in royal circles. At the time, divorce meant scandal. It meant disgrace. It meant that Louise's name would never be spoken in polite company again. And the boys, Albert and his brother Ernest, they were forbidden from seeing their mother, completely cut off. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine being 7 years old and suddenly your mother is just gone? Not dead, which would be terrible enough, but alive somewhere, kept from you, forbidden to you, as if her love itself had become a dangerous thing. Albert never saw his mother again. Never. Louise was sent away, exiled to live with her family, and she died just 5 years later in 1831, when Albert was only 12. He was not allowed to attend her funeral. He was not allowed to mourn her publicly. It was as if she had never existed. How do you think that shaped him? This quiet, sensitive boy who loved beauty and order and the warm traditions of Christmas. How do you think it felt to have the person who embodied all that warmth suddenly ripped away? To know she was out there somewhere, perhaps thinking of him, perhaps missing him, but unable to reach him. It made him serious, somber even. His tutors and later his university professors would remark on how Albert was never quite like other young men his age. He did not indulge in the wild behavior that many aristocratic boys did. He did not drink excessively or chase women or waste his time on frivolous pursuits. Instead, he studied intensely, obsessively almost. He threw himself into learning the way some people throw themselves into vice, as an escape perhaps from the pain he carried. He went to the University of Bonn when he was 18, and his course of study was extraordinary. Law, political economy, philosophy, history of art, music composition, natural sciences. He devoured it all. His professors said they had rarely seen a student so dedicated, so brilliant, so hungry for knowledge. But you know what I think? I think he was trying to build himself into something unbreakable, something that could not be hurt the way he had been hurt as a child. And yet, despite all this pain, despite the loss of his mother and the coldness of his father's house after she left, Albert never lost his love for Christmas. Is that not remarkable? Think about that. Christmas could have become a painful reminder of what he had lost, of the happy childhood that was stolen from him. But instead, he clung to those traditions even more tightly. The tree, the candles, the gingerbread, the sense that for a few days each year, the world could be the way it was supposed to be, warm and safe and filled with light. Maybe it was because Christmas represented something eternal to him, something that transcended individual people. The traditions had been there before his mother left, and they continued after she was gone. They were a constant in a world that had proved heartbreakingly inconstant. Or maybe it was simpler than that. Maybe Christmas was the one thing he could control, the one thing he could keep pure and perfect, even when everything else had fallen apart. Whatever the reason, Christmas became sacred to Albert, not in a religious sense only, though he was devout, but in a deeper, more personal way. It represented everything he believed in: family, tradition, beauty, order, the triumph of light over darkness. And he made a promise to himself, though he may not have put it into words yet. If he ever had a family of his own, He would give them the Christmas he remembered from his earliest years. He would create that magic again. He would make sure his children knew the warmth and joy that he had known before it was all taken away. Now you might be wondering, what does all of this have to do with Victoria? Why are we spending so much time in Germany when our story is supposed to be about the Queen of England? But here's the thing. You cannot understand why Albert and Victoria's love was so transformative, so complete, without understanding what each of them was carrying. Victoria was carrying loneliness and a desperate hunger for genuine affection. Albert was carrying loss and a determination to create the loving family he had been robbed of. They were two wounded people who, when they finally found each other, would recognize in the other exactly what they themselves needed most. And the Christmas traditions, those beautiful, glowing, gingerbread-scented German traditions that Albert loved so deeply, they were going to be his gift to Victoria, his way of showing her what home could feel like, what family could be, what love looked like when it was wrapped in candlelight and pine branches, and the kind of joy that survives even the darkest winters. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Right now, in the late 1830s, Albert is still in Germany. He is a serious young man in his late teens, studying at university, preparing for a future he cannot quite see yet. He knows vaguely that his uncle Leopold, who is now the King of Belgium, has some idea about matching him with his cousin Victoria, the Queen of England. But that seems distant, unlikely, almost absurd. Why would the queen of the most powerful empire in the world want him? He is from a tiny duchy. He has no real political power. He has nothing to offer except his education and his earnestness and his deep abiding love for traditions that most English people have never even heard of. He has no idea that across the channel, Victoria is sitting in her palace feeling just as uncertain, just as lonely, just as desperate for something real. He has no idea that in just a few years he will walk into Windsor Castle, and both of their lives will change forever. He has no idea that the Christmas traditions he holds so dear, the ones that connect him to his lost mother and his lost childhood, will become the gift that heals a broken queen and transforms an entire nation's celebration of the season. But fate, it seems, has a sense of timing. And sometimes the person you need most is being prepared for you long before you ever meet, being shaped by their own joys and sorrows, their own losses and loves, so that when you finally find each other, you fit together like two pieces of a puzzle that was always meant to be whole. So hold on to this image of Albert, this quiet, brilliant, deeply feeling young man who carries his mother's absence like a weight in his chest, but who lights up when he sees a Christmas tree glowing with candles, who believes in beauty and order and the power of tradition to make meaning out of chaos, who is learning day by day how to be the kind of man who could stand beside a queen and not be diminished by her power, but rather amplify it, complete it, make it something more human and more glorious than it ever could have been alone. Because very soon, Uncle Leopold is going to arrange for Albert to visit England, to visit his cousin Victoria. And when they meet, when their eyes lock for the first time, and something passes between them that neither one can quite name, the story we have been building toward will finally begin. Two lonely souls shaped by different kinds of pain, carrying different kinds of hope, one with a crown and a palace and all the power in the world, the other with a head full of philosophy and a heart full of Christmas magic. What happens when they collide? What kind of love is born when two people who've been starved for real connection finally find each other? Well, that is what we're about to discover. The meeting, the spark, the moment when everything changes. And trust me, when I tell you what Victoria writes in her diary after she sees Albert for the first time, when I share with you the actual words she uses to describe him, the way her careful, controlled handwriting suddenly becomes almost frantic with emotion, you're going to understand why this is not just a royal romance, but one of the great love stories of all time. So stay with me. Take another breath. Let the image of young Albert settle into your mind beside the image of young Victoria. Two halves of a whole, not knowing yet that they are about to find each other. The stage is set, the players are ready, and the love story that will change Christmas forever is about to begin. There are moments in history when everything hinges on a single glance, when two people lock eyes across a room and the entire future shifts, rearranges itself, becomes something neither of them could have predicted. 5 minutes earlier, May 1836. That is when it happened for the first time. When 17-year-old Princess Victoria, not yet Queen, remember, still living under the suffocating control of the Kensington system, first laid eyes on her cousin Albert. And what she saw made her heart do something it had never done before. It woke up. But here is what makes this story so fascinating, so achingly human. It was not love at first sight that led to happily ever after. Oh no, it was love at first sight, followed by 3 years of separation, of doubt, of Victoria actively resisting the very thing her heart wanted most. Because sometimes the thing we need most is also the thing that terrifies us beyond measure. And for Victoria, the idea of love meant surrendering control, and control was the only thing that had kept her sane through her imprisoned childhood. So, let me take you back to that first meeting. Let me show you exactly what happened when these two wounded souls finally came face to face. Because this is where everything begins. This is where the Christmas miracle starts to take shape, even though no one realizes it yet. May 18th, 1836, Windsor Castle. Victoria is 17 years old, just weeks away from her birthday, and she is deeply unhappy. Her mother still controls every aspect of her life. Sir John Conroy still hovers like a vulture, waiting for the day when Victoria becomes queen so he can manipulate her into giving him power. She is trapped, suffocating, counting the days until her uncle, King William, dies, and she can finally escape this cage. And then her other uncle, Leopold, who is now King of Belgium, decides it is time for her to meet some eligible young men. Specifically, her cousins from Germany, the sons of her mother's brother, Ernest and Albert of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha. Now, Victoria knows what this is. She's not naive. This is matchmaking, pure and simple. Uncle Leopold has been planning this for years. He wants to unite the British throne with his own German family. And what better way than to marry Victoria to one of these princes? It is political maneuvering disguised as a family visit, and Victoria resents it deeply. She does not want to be pushed into anything. She's been pushed her entire life, told what to do, who to be, how to act. The idea that she might be expected to fall in love on command, to marry someone chosen for her by scheming relatives, it makes her furious. So when the princes arrive at Windsor Castle on May 18th, Victoria is prepared to be unimpressed. She has her defenses up. She's ready to find fault, to maintain her distance, to prove that she cannot be manipulated. And then Albert walks in. Years later, people would say that Albert was not classically handsome, that his nose was a bit too long, his expression too serious, his demeanor too formal. But on that day in May 1836, 17-year-old Victoria did not see any of that. What she saw made her breath catch in her throat. She writes about it in her diary that very night. And I want to hear her actual words, because they are so revealing, so completely devoid of the usual royal restraint. She describes Albert as extremely handsome. She goes into detail about his features, his beautiful nose, his delicate mustachios, his lovely figure. She writes that he has every quality that could be desired to render him perfectly amiable and pleasant. Do you hear that? Every quality, not some qualities, not a few redeeming features. Every single quality. This is not polite observation. This is a girl who has just been hit by lightning and is trying to describe the experience in her diary while her hand is still shaking. And it was not just his looks. There was something about the way Albert carried himself, a quietness, a depth. While his brother Ernest was more outgoing, more typical of young aristocratic men, joking and charming, and playing the expected role. Albert was different. He was thoughtful. When he spoke, it was with care, with precision. He had been educated in philosophy, in the arts, in economics and law. He could talk about ideas, about beauty, about meaning. And Victoria, who had spent her entire life surrounded by people who treated her like either a pawn or a prize, suddenly found herself talking to someone who seemed to see her as a person. They spent several days together during that visit, riding horses through Windsor's grounds, dancing at a ball thrown in the prince's honor, talking in the gardens, and with every hour Victoria fell harder. She could not help herself. Here was someone who was kind without being obsequious, intelligent without being condescending, beautiful without being vain, someone who, when he looked at her, seemed to actually see her. But, and this is important, Albert did not fall the same way Victoria did. Not yet. He liked her well enough. She was lively, warm, more fun than he had expected. But he was only 16 years old, still grieving his mother in that quiet, internalized way he had, still focused on his studies and his future. The idea of romance, of marriage, of tying himself to the British throne. It all felt distant and overwhelming. He was polite, he was proper, but he was not in love. And Victoria, for all her infatuation, knew it. She could feel it. The intensity was all on her side, and maybe that made her want him even more. The fact that he was not desperately trying to win her favor the way so many men did. He treated her like a cousin, like a friend, not like a queen in waiting whose affection could open doors to power. The visit ended. The princes returned to Germany to continue their education, and Victoria was left at Windsor with her heart in pieces and her diary full of longing. Now, here is where the story gets complicated, because Uncle Leopold's plan was for Victoria and Albert to marry. Yes, but Victoria's other uncle, King William, who was currently on the throne, hated that plan, absolutely hated it. He did not want Victoria marrying into the Coburg family. He thought they were too small, too insignificant. He wanted her to marry someone from the Dutch royal family instead, someone who would bring more political advantage to Britain. So suddenly, Victoria was caught between two uncles with competing agendas, both trying to control her romantic future. And her response was to dig in her heels and refuse both of them. She wrote to Uncle Leopold and told him in no uncertain terms that she was not ready to marry anyone, that she was too young, that she needed time, that she would not be pushed. But was that really the truth? Or was it something else? I think Victoria was terrified. terrified of what she had felt when she looked at Albert, terrified of wanting something that much, terrified of surrendering her independence just when she was about to finally gain it, because in just 1 year she would be 18 and legally able to rule without a regency. In 1 year, she would escape her mother's control. Why would she rush into marriage, which would just mean trading one form of control for another? So she waited, and Albert went back to Germany and threw himself even deeper into his studies. He went to the University of Bonn. He learned, he grew, he became more serious, more capable, more everything he would need to be. And the whole time there was this vague understanding that someday maybe he and Victoria might marry. But it was not certain. It was not promised. It was just this distant possibility hanging over both their lives. June 20th, 1837. King William dies. Victoria, just 18 years old, becomes queen. And one of her very first acts, the thing she does before she's even officially crowned, is to finally get her own bedroom, to banish her mother to distant apartments in the palace, to claim space for herself, privacy, autonomy. She is free, or at least she is as free as a queen can ever be. And for the next 2 years, she revels in it. She works closely with her Prime Minister, Lord Melbourne, who becomes a father figure to her. She learns how to rule. She makes decisions. She discovers that she is actually quite good at this whole queen thing, and the idea of marriage, she pushes it away. Every time Uncle Leopold hints that maybe it is time to see Albert again, she demurs. She is not ready. She is busy. She has responsibilities. But here is the thing about trying to run from your own heart. Eventually, it catches up with you. October 1839, 3 1/2 years after that first meeting. Victoria is now 20 years old. She's lonely again. A different kind of lonely than before, but lonely nonetheless. Lord Melbourne is wonderful, but he's not a companion in the way she yearns for. She watches her ladies in waiting fall in love, get married, start families. She sees couples dancing at balls and feels something ache inside her chest. She thinks about Albert sometimes, wonders what he is doing, whether he ever thinks of her. And Uncle Leopold, patient, persistent Uncle Leopold, finally convinces her to invite the princes for another visit. Just a visit, nothing formal, just to see each other again after all this time. Victoria agrees, but she's careful to manage expectations. She writes to Uncle Leopold, making it very clear that this visit does not mean she is committing to anything. She will see Albert. She will be polite, but that is all. No promises. October 10th, 1839, 7:30 in the evening. Windsor Castle. Victoria is waiting at the top of the stairs, trying to seem casual, trying not to care too much. She's not seen Albert in 3 1 to 2 years. He was 16 then. He's 20 now. Who knows what kind of man he has become? The doors open, the princes enter, and Victoria nearly forgets how to breathe. Albert is not the shy teenager she remembered. He is a man now, taller, broader in the shoulders. His face has matured, lost that last softness of youth. And there is something in his eyes, a depth, a gravity, a kind of quiet strength that was not there before. He has been through his own trials in these 3 years, his own griefs and challenges, and they have refined him, shaped him into someone extraordinary. Victoria writes about this moment in her diary, and her description is almost comical in its intensity. She calls him beautiful. She describes every aspect of his appearance in loving detail: his exquisite nose, his delicate mustachios, and slight but very slight whiskers, his beautiful figure broad in the shoulders and a fine waist. She says he has such a beautiful mouth with delicate mustachios and pretty teeth. Pretty teeth, you guys. She is cataloging his teeth. This is not a woman who is feeling mild interest. This is a woman who has been struck by a thunderbolt and is desperately trying to inventory all the reasons why. But more than his appearance, there is something else. The way he looks at her, the way he talks to her. In the 3 years since they last met, Albert has become everything she needs. Intelligent enough to challenge her, strong enough to stand beside her, gentle enough to make her feel safe, and unlike every other person in her life who wants something from her. Power, influence, access. Albert wants nothing. He is here because his uncle asked him to come. If Victoria sends him away, he will go back to Germany and continue his life. He has no agenda, no scheme. He is just himself fully and completely. And that, more than anything else, is what makes Victoria fall so utterly, so completely in love. They spend the next few days together, walking, talking, dancing, and Victoria feels something she has never felt before. Certainty. This is the person. This is the one. This is the man she wants to spend her life with. Not because Uncle Leopold arranged it, not because it is politically advantageous, but because when she is with Albert, she feels like herself, like she can finally be both queen and woman, both powerful and vulnerable, both ruler and human. But there is a problem, a significant problem. Victoria is the queen, and in the rigid protocol of the British monarchy, no one can propose to the queen. She outranks everyone, which means if she wants to marry Albert, she has to propose to him. Can you imagine that? In 1839, in a society where women, even queens, were expected to be passive in matters of the heart, where the very idea of a woman proposing to a man would be considered scandalous, Victoria has to be the one to ask. She has to put her heart on the line. She has to risk rejection in a way that no British monarch has ever had to risk before. October 15th, 1839. Just 5 days after Albert arrived, Victoria makes her decision. She summons Albert to her private room, and she proposes. We do not know exactly what she said. The actual words are lost to history, but we know from her diary what she felt. She writes that it would make her too happy if Albert would consent to marry her. She describes how nervous she was, how her hands trembled, how she could barely get the words out. And Albert, beautiful, serious, deeply feeling Albert, he said yes. Of course, he said yes. How could he not? He may not have fallen as quickly as Victoria did, but he had fallen. Somewhere in those 5 days, somewhere in the conversations and the glances and the moments of connection, he had realized that this woman, this powerful, passionate, complicated woman, was everything he had been looking for without knowing he was looking for it. They kissed, they cried, they held each other. And Victoria, who had spent her entire life being told what to do, who to be, how to act, finally felt free because she had chosen this. She had chosen him, and he had chosen her back. She writes in her diary that night, and her words are almost delirious with joy. Oh, how I adore and love him! I cannot say. Think about that exclamation point. Think about the abandon in those words. This is not the careful, controlled Victoria of the Kensington system. This is not the young queen who has spent 2 years proving she can rule alone. This is a woman in love fully and completely, without reservation or doubt. They spend the next few months planning the wedding, and it is complicated. Of course, Parliament has to approve. There are negotiations about Albert's title, his income, his role. Some members of Parliament do not like the idea of the Queen marrying a foreign prince from a tiny German duchy. They offer Albert a smaller allowance than previous royal consorts received. They refuse to make him king. He will only be prince consort. There are political battles and public debates, and all the usual mess that comes with royal marriages. But Victoria does not care. Let them argue about titles and money. She has Albert. She has his love, and that is all that matters. They exchange rings engraved with the date of their engagement. They write each other letters full of longing and promises, and they count the days until February 10th, 1840, when they will finally be married. But even in the midst of all this joy, all this anticipation, there is something else happening, something quieter, but just as important. Victoria is starting to learn about Albert's world, about his traditions, about the way he grew up celebrating Christmas with trees and candles and gingerbread. And she is enchanted because, remember, Victoria's Christmases were never happy, never warm. But Albert talks about the holiday with such love, such reverence, such joy. And Victoria begins to imagine what it might be like to celebrate Christmas the way Albert describes, to have that magic in her own life, to create those memories with him. She does not know it yet, but this is the seed being planted. This is the beginning of the transformation. In just a few years, she and Albert will bring those German traditions to England. They will create a Christmas celebration that will capture the imagination of an entire nation. They will change how millions of people think about the holiday. But right now, in late 1839, they are just two people in love planning a wedding, dreaming about the future. Two wounded souls who have found each other and are discovering that together they can create something neither of them could have built alone. The proposal has been made. The engagement is official. The wedding is coming. And the love story that will change Christmas forever is finally on its way. So hold on to this moment, this feeling of anticipation, of joy, of two hearts finding their home in each other. Because what comes next is even more beautiful. The wedding itself, the dress that will start a global tradition, the vows that will bind them together through triumph and tragedy, the first years of marriage when they will learn how to be partners, how to navigate power and love, how to build the family they both yearned for. We're standing on the edge of something extraordinary. The lonely queen and the serious prince are about to become husband and wife. And the magic they will create together, the traditions, the love, the legacy will echo through history long after they are both gone. Can you feel it? The anticipation, the promise, the sense that something truly special is about to unfold. Good. Because the best part of this story is still ahead. February 10th, 1840. If you could travel back in time to London on that morning, you would see something extraordinary. 50,000 people lining the streets in the pouring rain. Not a gentle drizzle, mind you, but proper English rain. Cold, relentless, the kind that soaks through your clothes and chills you to the bone. And yet these people stand there packed shoulder to shoulder, craning their necks, waiting for hours, just to catch a glimpse of something that will last mere seconds. A carriage passing by, a young queen in white, a German prince who most of them have never even heard of before. Why? What made them stand in that miserable weather? What made this wedding different from all the royal weddings that had come before it? I think it was hope. Pure, desperate, beautiful hope. Because for the first time in a long time, the British people were watching someone marry for love. Real love, not a political arrangement disguised as romance. Not a marriage of convenience between strangers who had learned to tolerate each other, but actual, genuine head over heels, diary writing, hand trembling love. And in 1840, in a world where most marriages, royal or otherwise, were transactional, where women especially had little say in who they married or how they lived, the idea that their young queen had chosen her own husband, had proposed to him herself, had followed her heart instead of political necessity, well, that was revolutionary. That was something worth standing in the rain for. So, let me take you there. Let me show you exactly what happened on the day that changed everything. Because this wedding was not just about two people joining their lives. It was about creating traditions that you and I still follow today without even realizing where they came from. It was about a queen making choices that would echo through generations, that would influence how millions of people around the world think about weddings, about marriage, about what it means to commit yourself to another person. Are you ready? Then let us step into February 10th, 1840, and witness history in the making. The day starts early at Buckingham Palace. Victoria has barely slept. How could she? This is the day she's been dreaming about since that moment in October, when Albert said yes. The day when she stops being just a queen and becomes a wife. The day when loneliness ends and partnership begins. She rises while it is still dark outside and begins the lengthy process of getting ready. And here is where we need to talk about the dress, because what Victoria chooses to wear today will literally change the course of fashion history forever. In 1840, brides did not automatically wear white. That is important to understand. White was not the default choice. Brides wore all sorts of colors: blue, pink, even black if they were practical-minded and wanted a dress they could wear again. Rich women often wore their most expensive dress, whatever color it happened to be, covered in jewels and gold embroidery to show off their wealth. The idea that a bride must wear white, that white symbolizes purity and new beginnings that did not exist yet. But Victoria has other ideas. She wants white. Specifically, she wants white silk satin. And not just any white silk. She wants it simple, elegant, understated. No excessive jewels, no heavy gold embroidery, just pure luminous white. Her advisors think she's lost her mind. "You are the Queen of England," they tell her. "You should be dripping in diamonds. You should be wearing purple velvet trimmed with ermine. You should be displaying the wealth and power of the British Empire on your body. White silk. That is what a shopkeeper's daughter might wear. That is beneath your station." But Victoria does not care. She has spent her entire life being told what to wear, how to present herself, what image she needs to project. Today, on her wedding day, she's going to wear what she wants. And what she wants is to look like a bride. Just a bride. A woman marrying the man she loves. White feels right to her. White feels pure, hopeful, like a blank page ready to be written on. So white it is. And not just the dress. She wants white accessories, too. White satin shoes, white gloves, and most controversially of all, she chooses to wear a wreath of orange blossoms in her hair instead of a crown. Orange blossoms which symbolize purity and fertility in the language of flowers. Orange blossoms which are delicate and beautiful and completely unqueenly. And here is another choice that matters more than you might think. Victoria insists on wearing lace made in England. specifically lace from Honiton in Devon. Now, this might not sound like a big deal, but in 1840, the finest lace came from Brussels. Everyone who was anyone wore Brussels lace. It was more prestigious, more expensive, more fashionable. But Victoria has a different priority. She knows that the lace-making industry in Devon is struggling, that families depend on this craft for their livelihood. And she knows that if she, the Queen of England, wears Honiton lace on her wedding day, it will create demand. It will help those families. It will support British workers. So she orders a Honiton lace veil and trim for her dress, 18 feet of it, handmade by 200 workers who spend months creating something exquisite. And she is right. After the wedding, when images of her dress circulate, orders for Honiton lace explode. An entire industry is revitalized because a young queen chose to use her wedding dress as an act of economic support. Do you see what I mean about this wedding being revolutionary? Victoria's not just following tradition, she is creating it, making choices that are both personal and political, both romantic and practical. Now, while Victoria is getting dressed at Buckingham Palace, Albert is going through his own preparations at Clarence House, and he is nervous. Incredibly nervous. This is the man who studied philosophy and political economy at university, who can discuss Kant and Hegel for hours, who never loses his composure, and this morning his hands are shaking so badly he can barely tie his cravat, because think about what he is walking into. He is about to marry the most powerful woman in the world. He's about to become Prince Consort of the British Empire. He will never be king. That has been made very clear. He will always walk 2 steps behind his wife in public. He will always be subordinate to her, at least in official capacity. For a man raised in a society where men have unquestioned authority, where the very idea of being subordinate to a woman would be considered shameful, this requires a kind of humility and strength that most men simply do not possess. But Albert has that strength. He has thought this through. He knows what he is agreeing to, and he has decided that his love for Victoria, his partnership with her, is worth more than his pride. That he can support her, advise her, stand beside her without needing to stand above her. It is a radical idea. And as he gets dressed in his British Army colonel's uniform, because Victoria has made him a colonel, one of the few honors she can give him without Parliament's permission, he makes peace with it. He is ready. 11:30, the procession begins. First, Albert's carriage, leaving Clarence House and heading toward the Chapel Royal at St. James's Palace. He rides with his father and his brother Ernest, 3 German princes heading into the heart of the British establishment. And as their carriage rolls through the rain-soaked streets, Albert looks out at the crowds and feels something shift in his chest. These people are here for him too, for this marriage, for the hope it represents. He is no longer just a German prince. He is becoming something else, something bigger. Then, at noon precisely, Victoria's procession begins. 7 carriages in total, a spectacle designed to impress. And in the last carriage, surrounded by her ladies, sits Victoria herself, 20 years old, barely 5 feet tall. But in her white dress with her orange blossom wreath, she looks radiant. She looks happy in a way she has never looked happy before. And here is something beautiful. Victoria has insisted that this procession happened during the day in full view of the public. Previous royal weddings had been private affairs held at night, kept away from common eyes. But Victoria wants her people to see her. She wants to share this joy with them. So even though it is raining, even though the weather is miserable, She keeps the carriage windows open so people can see her. She passes, she waves, she smiles, and the crowds roar their approval. 50,000 people in the rain, and they are cheering. They are throwing flowers. They are crying with happiness for a young queen who has found love. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine being Victoria in that moment, hearing that sound, feeling that outpouring of genuine affection? She arrives at St. James's Palace, steps out of the carriage, and now comes the walk to the Chapel Royal. She's surrounded by her 12 bridesmaids, all dressed in white like her, all wearing white roses in their hair. It is a vision in white, a river of silk and lace flowing through the palace corridors. The Chapel Royal is small by royal standards. Only about 300 people fit inside, but it is packed with everyone who matters in British society. Peers of the realm, foreign dignitaries, government ministers, all of them dressed in their finest, all of them watching as Victoria enters. And there at the altar is Albert, looking so handsome in his uniform that Victoria almost stops breathing when she sees him. Their eyes meet, and in that moment, nothing else exists. Not the 300 people watching, not the rain outside, not the weight of empire or the burden of crown. Just two people who love each other, about to promise themselves to each other for life. The ceremony begins. The Archbishop of Canterbury presides. The words are traditional, the ones used in Anglican weddings for generations. But when Victoria speaks her vows, she does something that causes a ripple of whispers through the chapel. She promises to obey Albert, the Queen of England, the woman who rules an empire, the person who outranks everyone in this room, including her soon-to-be husband. She promises to obey him. Think about that choice. She does not have to include that word. No one would dare criticize the Queen for omitting it, but Victoria includes it anyway. Why? I think because she wants to draw a distinction between her public role and her private one. In public, she is queen, and Albert is her consort. But in private, in their marriage, she wants to be just a wife. She wants to create a space where she can surrender control, where she can lean on someone, where she can be vulnerable and protected and small. And the vow to obey is her way of creating that space. It is controversial even then. Some people think it is beautiful, the Queen humbling herself for love. Others think it is disturbing. What does it say about women's rights if even the Queen promises obedience? But Victoria does not care about the debate. She knows what she wants. And what she wants is to give Albert authority in their private life, even if she must keep it in public. The vows are exchanged. The rings are blessed and placed on fingers. And then finally, the Archbishop pronounces them husband and wife. They are married. The organ swells. The choir bursts into song, and Victoria and Albert turn to face the congregation as a married couple for the first time. They walk back down the aisle together, and Victoria writes later in her diary about this moment, about how she could not stop smiling, about how Albert kept looking at her with such tenderness that she thought her heart would burst, about how the whole thing felt like a dream, like something too beautiful to be real. The procession back to Buckingham Palace is even more jubilant than the one to the chapel. The rain has lessened. The crowds are energized by the sight of the newlyweds. People are throwing flowers, shouting congratulations, singing. And Victoria, sitting beside Albert in the carriage, feels something she has never felt before. Completeness, wholeness, like a puzzle piece that is finally found where it belongs. They arrive at Buckingham Palace. There is a wedding breakfast, of course, An elaborate meal with the cake, toasts, all the formal requirements. But Victoria can barely eat. She's too excited, too overwhelmed, too desperate to just be alone with Albert. And here is what makes me love Victoria's humanity. She writes about the wedding night in her diary, not in explicit detail, of course. This is 1840 after all, but with such joy, such abandon, such utter happiness that you cannot help but smile while reading it. She writes, and I want to quote this exactly because it is so revealing. I never spent such an evening. My dearest, dear Albert, his excessive love and affection gave me feelings of heavenly love and happiness I never could have hoped to have felt before. Do you see those capital letters, those exclamation points? This is not the careful, controlled queen writing in her official capacity. This is a woman absolutely overwhelmed with happiness, a woman who has spent her entire life lonely and afraid, and now suddenly finds herself loved beyond measure, desired, cherished, safe. She describes Albert as sweet and gentle. She talks about how they lay on the sofa together, how he held her, how they talked and laughed and just existed in each other's presence. And she keeps repeating how happy she is, how this is the happiest day of her life, how she never imagined it could feel like this. The next morning, they're supposed to leave for Windsor Castle for a brief honeymoon, just 2 days. That is all Victoria will allow herself to be away from her duties. 2 days to be just a wife instead of a queen. And even that feels almost scandalous to her advisors. 2 whole days away from London. What if something happens? What if she is needed? But Victoria insists she wants this time with Albert. She needs it. And so they go to Windsor. And for 2 precious days, they exist in a bubble, walking in the gardens, talking for hours, learning each other's rhythms, each other's habits, beginning to build the partnership that will sustain them through everything that comes next. And what does come next? Well, the wedding might be over, but the transformation is just beginning. Because now that Victoria and Albert are married, now that he is officially part of the royal household, Albert is going to start influencing how things are done. He is going to bring his German traditions into English court life. He is going to introduce ideas about family, about celebration, about what makes a home truly a home. And the most visible, the most lasting of these changes, the ones that will affect not just Victoria's household, but eventually the entire English-speaking world. Those changes center on Christmas, on how to celebrate it, how to make it magical, how to transform it from a minor religious holiday into the family-centered, gift-giving, tree-decorating celebration we know today. But that transformation does not happen overnight. It happens slowly over the course of their first years of marriage. It happens as Albert carefully, lovingly brings Victoria into his world. As he shows her what Christmas can be when it is done with intention and joy, as he creates for her the warm, loving family Christmases that she never had as a child. So, our story is about to shift gears. We have seen the lonely queen and the serious prince. We have seen them fall in love. We have seen them marry in a ceremony that created traditions still followed around the world. Now we're going to see them build a life together. We're going to see their first Christmas as a married couple. We're going to see how a simple evergreen tree decorated with candles and gingerbread begins to change not just their lives, but the cultural landscape of an entire nation. Because here is the thing about love. Real, deep, transformative love. It does not just change the people experiencing it. It radiates outward. It touches everyone around them. And when the people experiencing it happen to be the Queen of England and her consort, when their private joy becomes public knowledge, when their traditions get copied by an entire population desperate for something beautiful to believe in, well, that is when personal love becomes cultural revolution. The white wedding dress Victoria wore, within a decade, white became the standard choice for brides across Britain and eventually the world. A choice she made for personal reasons became a tradition followed by millions. And the Christmas traditions Albert is about to introduce, the tree, the carols, the family gatherings, the focus on children and joy and light in the darkness, those are about to sweep through Britain like wildfire. They're about to become synonymous with the holiday itself. They're about to change how the Western world celebrates Christmas. But we're getting ahead of ourselves again. Right now, in February 1840, Victoria and Albert are just two newlyweds figuring out how to be married. They have no idea yet how influential they will be. They do not know that historians will look back on their marriage as a turning point, a moment when everything changed. They are just two people in love, grateful to have found each other, excited to begin building their life together. So take a breath. Let this image settle into your mind. Victoria in her white dress, creating a tradition that endures. Albert in his uniform, promising to stand beside the most powerful woman in the world. Two wounded people who found healing in each other. Two halves of a whole finally united. The wedding is over. The marriage has begun. And the magic, the real, lasting, transformative magic that will change Christmas forever is about to unfold. Their first Christmas together is coming. The traditions Albert learned as a child are about to be introduced to Windsor Castle. And Victoria, who has never known a truly happy Christmas in her life, is about to discover what the season can be when it is celebrated with love. Winter arrives at Windsor Castle with a kind of cold that seeps into stone walls and makes even the grandest rooms feel drafty and gray. But inside the royal apartment, something new is happening. Something that has never happened at Windsor before, at least not in living memory. Albert is planning Christmas. And when I say planning, I do not mean in the distant, delegated way royalty usually handles such things. I mean he is personally, actively, enthusiastically orchestrating every detail of what will become the most magical Christmas Victoria has ever experienced. December 1840, 10 months into their marriage, and Victoria is discovering something extraordinary. Christmas does not have to be a cold formality. It can be warm. It can be joyful. It can be something that makes your heart feel like it is glowing from the inside out. But she does not know this yet. Not fully. Right now in late November, as the first snow begins to fall, she is just watching her husband get increasingly excited about something she has never understood the fuss about. And she is curious, deeply curious, because everything Albert loves, she wants to love too. Let me take you into their world during those first preparations. Let me show you how one man's childhood memories became the seeds of a revolution, how personal tradition became public phenomenon, how love transformed not just two people, but an entire culture's relationship with the darkest season of the year. November 1840. Albert makes an announcement that probably confuses the Windsor staff considerably. He wants a fir tree, a full-sized evergreen fir tree, and he wants it brought inside into the castle, into one of the main drawing rooms. Now, remember what I told you before. This is not normal in England. Trees belong outside. The idea of dragging a tree through the halls of Windsor Castle and setting it up indoors strikes most of the staff as eccentric at best, messy at worst. pine needles everywhere, sap dripping on the expensive carpets. What is this German prince thinking? But Albert knows exactly what he is thinking. He is thinking about Rosenau Castle, about being 7 years old and watching his father select the perfect tree from the forest, about the smell of fresh pine filling the halls, about the way candlelight transforms ordinary branches into something magical. He's thinking about his mother, even though thinking about her still hurts after all these years, about how she would smile when the tree was finely decorated and all the candles were lit, about how, for a few precious hours each Christmas, everything felt right in the world. He wants to give that to Victoria, that feeling, that magic. So he insists on the tree. And eventually, of course, the staff complies. Because what Albert wants, Albert gets. Not because he is demanding. He's actually incredibly polite, almost apologetic about his requests, but because Victoria wants him to be happy. And what makes Albert happy, she will move heaven and earth to provide. The tree arrives, a beautiful specimen, maybe 7 feet tall, full and symmetrical, its branches rich with needles. The smell alone transforms the room. Suddenly, the stone and velvet opulence of Windsor smells like a forest, like winter, like something alive and growing even in the dead season. And then the decorating begins. This is where Albert really comes alive. He does not delegate this task to servants. This is too important, too personal. He wants to do it himself, wants Victoria to help him, wants this to be something they create together. He has brought supplies from Germany, boxes of ornaments that mean something to him, gilded walnuts, real walnuts that have been cracked carefully, emptied, and then covered in thin sheets of gold leaf until they shine like tiny treasures. Each one is hung on a delicate ribbon. Albert shows Victoria how to tie them to the branches, how to distribute them evenly so the tree stays balanced. Then come the edible decorations. This is the part that makes Victoria laugh with delight. Gingerbread cookies in shapes cut with tin molds, stars, hearts, little gingerbread men with icing faces, barley sugar twisted into spirals, the old-fashioned kind that Albert remembers from childhood, amber-colored and translucent, catching the light, and sugar plums. Oh, the sugar plums. Not actual plums, but comfits. Anise seeds or caraway seeds covered in layer after layer of boiled sugar shaped and colored to look like little fruits, each one with a tiny wire hook for hanging. Think about what this means for a moment. The Christmas tree is not just decoration, it is interactive. It is something you participate in. During the Christmas season, you can pluck a cookie or a candy from the branches. The tree gives you treats. It is generous. It is alive with possibility. But the most magical element, the one that will make Victoria gasp when she sees it, is the candles. Small wax candles, dozens of them, each one held in a special metal clip designed to attach securely to the branches. Albert arranges them carefully, making sure each candle has enough space around it that will not set the neighboring branches on fire. It is dangerous. Yes, it requires constant vigilance. Someone has to watch the tree the entire time the candles are lit, ready with buckets of water in case a branch catches. But the effect is worth the risk. Albert steps back when it is finished, surveys his work, and then as the sun sets and the room grows dark, he lights the candles one by one, starting from the bottom and working his way up. And as each small flame springs to life, the tree is transformed. This is the moment Victoria will remember, for the rest of her life. The moment she understands what Albert has been trying to share with her. Because the tree lit with dozens of candles glowing in the darkness, it is not just beautiful, it is hopeful, it is defiant, it is life and light refusing to surrender to the winter darkness. It is everything good and warm and magical about humanity's determination to create joy even in the coldest, darkest times. Victoria writes about this in her diary. She describes the tree in loving detail, the ornaments, the candles, the way the whole room seemed to glow. But more than that, she writes about Albert's face as he shows it to her. The pride, the vulnerability, the hope that she will love this thing he has brought from his past into their present. And she does love it. She loves it so much that she starts to cry. Happy tears, the kind that come when something touches a place in your heart you did not even know was empty. Because this is what she's been missing all her life. This warmth, this tradition, this sense that celebration can be personal and intimate, and filled with meaning beyond just obligation and display. Albert holds her as she cries, understands without her having to explain, because he knows what it is like to long for this, to remember it and miss it, and wonder if you will ever feel that magic again. And now they have created it together in their home, in their marriage. This is theirs. But the tree is just the beginning, because Albert has an entire German Christmas to share with Victoria. An entire calendar of traditions that he wants to introduce, carefully, lovingly, making sure each one lands with the proper impact. December 6th, St. Nicholas Day. Albert arranges something special. He has someone dress up as St. Nicholas, the tall, imposing figure in bishop's robes that he remembers from childhood. And even though they do not have children yet, Victoria is pregnant with their first child, Princess Victoria, who will be born the following November. Albert wants to establish the tradition, wants to practice it, wants it to be ready for when they do have children filling the castle. So St. Nicholas appears. And even though it is just the two of them, even though they are grown adults who know perfectly well it is just someone in costume, there is something delightful about it, something that makes them both feel like children again. The figure asks them in a deep, solemn voice if they have been good, if they have been kind and generous and thoughtful. And when they assure him they have tried their best, he gives them treats: apples, nuts, gingerbread, the simple gifts of a simple tradition. Victoria loves it. She loves the playfulness of it, the imagination, the way Albert can transform something ordinary into something enchanted just by caring about it enough. And she starts to understand something important. Christmas is not really about the decorations or the treats, or even the religious significance, though all of those matter. Christmas is about creating moments of connection, about building memories intentionally, about deciding that in the middle of winter, in the darkest time of year, you are going to gather the people you love and make magic together. As the days move toward Christmas itself, Albert introduces Victoria to more traditions. The Advent wreath with its 4 candles, one for each Sunday of Advent. The way you light them progressively week by week, marking time until the big day arrives. The anticipation is part of the joy, the waiting, the building excitement, and the music. Oh, the music! Albert plays piano and organ beautifully. It is one of his many talents, and he knows all the old German carols. Silent Night, which is relatively new, having been written just 22 years earlier in Austria. O Tannenbaum, which is even older, a folk song about the evergreen tree that stays green even in winter. He teaches these melodies to Victoria. They sing together in the evenings, their voices blending, the music filling the cold stone rooms with warmth. Have you ever noticed how music can make a space feel different? How the same room can feel lonely when it is silent but alive, when it is filled with song? That is what Albert is doing. He's filling Windsor Castle with sound, with life, with traditions that turn a palace into a home. Christmas Eve arrives, December 24th, 1840. And this is the night when everything comes together, because in German tradition, this is when the magic happens. Not Christmas Day, that is for church and quiet reflection, but Christmas Eve is for family, for joy, for the exchange of gifts, and the lighting of the tree, and the sense that anything is possible. Albert has set up the gift table. This is another German tradition that will eventually become standard in England. Instead of wrapping presents and hiding them until Christmas morning, you arrange them on a table unwrapped so everyone can see what they are receiving. There is something wonderfully honest about this. No pretense, no false surprises, just generosity on display. The table is decorated with evergreen branches and ribbons, and on it, Albert has arranged his gifts for Victoria. Thoughtful things, a piece of jewelry he had specially made, a book of poetry he knows she will love, a painting of a scene from their courtship, each gift chosen with care, with attention to who Victoria is and what will make her happy. And Victoria has done the same for him. She has commissioned a bust of herself because Albert loves art and sculpture. She has found rare books on subjects he is passionate about. She has written him a poem in her own hand, expressing what she often struggles to say out loud. How much she loves him, how he has transformed her life, how grateful she is that he chose her. They exchange these gifts on Christmas Eve, and there is something deeply intimate about it. This is not a public ceremony. This is not for show. This is just two people who love each other, giving each other things that say, I see you, I know you, I treasure you. And then, as the evening deepens, Albert lights the candles on the tree again, and they sit together in the glow, talking quietly, holding hands, marveling at the life they're building together. Victoria writes in her diary that night. She says, and I am paraphrasing, but this is the essence that this is the happiest Christmas she has ever known. That Albert has shown her what the season can be. That she finally understands why people talk about Christmas as a special time, because when it is done with love, with intention, with someone who cares about creating beauty and meaning, it is special. It is magical. But here is what makes this moment historically significant beyond just Victoria and Albert's personal happiness. This Christmas, this first Christmas they celebrate together at Windsor, is the seed of everything that comes next. Because over the next few years, word will spread about what the Queen and Prince Consort are doing at Windsor, about the tree with the candles, about the German traditions, about how Christmas at court has become this warm, family-centered celebration instead of a cold formality. And the British people, who are always fascinated by what their royals are doing, will start to wonder, could we do this too? Could we have a tree in our home? Could we make Christmas feel like that? The answer, as we will see, is yes. Absolutely yes. But the real explosion, the moment when Christmas trees go from royal eccentricity to national obsession, is still a few years away. It is waiting for something specific, a visual, an image that will capture the public imagination so completely that suddenly everyone wants what Victoria and Albert have. But we're not there yet. Right now, in December 1840, this is still private. This is still just two people discovering the joy of creating traditions together. Two people who were both wounded by their childhoods in different ways, both longing for the warmth and safety of real family. Now building that family from scratch, one candle-lit tree at a time, one gingerbread cookie at a time, one carol sung together in the evening darkness. Victoria is 5 months pregnant now. Her belly is just starting to show. And as she sits beside Albert on Christmas Eve, watching the candles flicker on the tree, she puts her hand on her stomach and thinks about the child growing there, about how next Christmas there will be 3 of them, how this baby will grow up with these traditions. Will think that Christmas trees and gingerbread and St. Nicholas are just normal, just what everyone does, never knowing that it is actually her father bringing a piece of his lost childhood into their lives, never knowing that what feels like eternal tradition is actually being invented right here, right now, in this moment. And that thought fills Victoria with something she has rarely felt in her life: optimism, hope, the sense that the future can be better than the past, that she can give her children what she never had, that with Albert beside her, she can create the kind of family she always dreamed of, but never dared to hope for. The candles burn down. The evening grows late, and Victoria and Albert retire to their private chambers, where they will spend their first Christmas night as husband and wife, grateful for each other, grateful for the magic they have created, grateful for the love that has transformed them both. This is the foundation. This first Christmas together, this is where it all begins. And as the years unfold, as more children arrive, and the traditions deepen, and the public becomes increasingly fascinated with how the royal family celebrates, this foundation will support something extraordinary: a cultural transformation, a redefinition of what Christmas means, not just in Britain, but eventually across the Western world. Because love does that. You see, real love, the kind that Victoria and Albert share, it does not stay contained. It radiates outward. It touches everything it encounters. It takes private joy, and somehow, without even trying, turns it into something that inspires others to seek the same joy in their own lives. So, as we leave Victoria and Albert on this Christmas Eve in 1840, sitting beside their glowing tree, holding each other in the candlelight, let us remember what we are witnessing. This is not just a royal Christmas. This is the birth of modern Christmas. This is the moment when tradition meets love, meets intention, and something new is born. Something that will outlast both of them. Something that will be passed down through generations until people forget it was ever new, ever revolutionary, ever anything other than just how Christmas is done. But you and I, we know better now. We know where it came from. We know whose love created it. And as we move forward in this story, as we watch those traditions spread and take root and blossom into the Christmas celebrations we know today, we will carry this knowledge with us. We will remember the lonely queen and the grieving prince who found each other and decided to build something beautiful together. The first Christmas is over, but so many more are coming, each one building on the last, each one adding new layers to the traditions, each one bringing Victoria and Albert closer, making their partnership stronger, their love deeper. And very soon, the whole nation is going to be invited into this magic. Very soon, an image will be published that will change everything, and the private joy of Windsor Castle will become the public aspiration of millions. Can you feel it building? The anticipation, the sense that something extraordinary is unfolding. Good, because what comes next is even more beautiful than what we've already seen. 8 years pass. 8 Christmases celebrated in the warmth of Windsor Castle, each one layering new memories onto the last. Victoria and Albert now have 6 children running through the halls. Princess Victoria, the Prince of Wales, Princess Alice, Prince Alfred, Princess Helena, and Princess Louise. The quiet intimacy of that first Christmas has evolved into something louder, messier, infinitely more chaotic, and wonderful. The tree that once stood solitary in a drawing room now has company, smaller trees for the children, decorations made by little hands, the sound of laughter and squabbling and joy echoing through rooms that once felt so cold and formal. But something else has been happening during these 8 years. Something Albert has been doing quietly, methodically, without fanfare. He has been sharing Christmas not just with his own family, but with the community around Windsor. Every year he sends decorated trees to the local schools, to the army barracks, to churches. Wherever people gather, Albert wants them to experience what he and Victoria have found. This warmth, this magic, this sense that Christmas can be more than just a day off work. And people notice, of course, they notice. Word spreads. Stories circulate about the royal Christmas celebrations, about the trees and the candles, and the gift-giving. But it is all still somewhat abstract. Rumor and speculation. People hear about it, but they cannot quite picture it. They cannot see it until 1848. Until one image changes everything. Until the private joy of Windsor becomes the public obsession of millions. This is the moment we've been building toward. The moment when Victoria and Albert's love story becomes a cultural revolution. When Christmas, as we know it, is born. December 1848. The Illustrated London News is preparing its Christmas edition, and someone, we do not know exactly who made the decision, but someone brilliant suggests they commission an illustration of the royal family celebrating Christmas. Show the people what all the fuss is about. Give them a glimpse into Windsor Castle during the holidays. An artist is sent to observe, to sketch, to capture the scene. And what he witnesses is this: Queen Victoria and Prince Albert standing on either side of a Christmas tree that reaches nearly to the ceiling. The tree is magnificent, covered in ornaments and lit with candles, and gathered around it are their children, 6 of them now, ranging from 8-year-old Princess Victoria down to baby Louise, just a few months old. The older children are reaching toward the tree, clearly delighted by what they see. The baby is in her mother's arms, and Victoria and Albert are looking at each other over the heads of their children with expressions of such contentment, such complete happiness, that you can feel the love radiating from the page. The artist captures it all. The details of the tree, the decorations, the way the candlelight plays across the faces of the family, the gifts spread on the table beneath the tree, the evergreen garlands draped around the room, everything that makes this scene magical and warm and utterly different from the cold, formal Christmases that most English people are accustomed to. The illustration is published in the Illustrated London News in December 1848. And I want you to understand what a big deal this is. The Illustrated London News was hugely popular. It had a circulation of about 60,000 copies per issue, which in 1848 was enormous. But more than that, each copy was passed around, shared, read by multiple people. Estimates suggest that each issue reached maybe 300,000 people or more. So this one image, this one drawing of Victoria and Albert and their children around a Christmas tree was seen by a significant portion of the British population. And the effect was instantaneous, explosive. Within weeks, everyone wanted a Christmas tree. If the Queen had one, if it made her family look that happy, that unified, that perfect, well, then every family in Britain wanted the same thing. It was aspirational. It was something to strive for, a way to bring a piece of royal magic into ordinary homes. Think about what this image represented to people. In 1848, Britain was in the middle of the Industrial Revolution. Families were being torn apart by urbanization. People were moving from the countryside to cities for work, leaving behind traditional ways of life, living in cramped conditions, working long hours in factories and mills. There was a deep anxiety about what was being lost, about whether progress was worth the price being paid in human connection and community. And then here comes this image, this vision of family togetherness, of tradition, of warmth in the midst of winter darkness. It spoke to something people desperately needed, a reminder that in the midst of all this change and chaos, family still mattered, home still mattered, creating moments of joy and connection still mattered. But there was also something else at play here, something about Victoria and Albert specifically that made people want to emulate them, because by 1848, they had become the embodiment of domestic virtue in the public imagination. They were not like previous royals who'd been scandalous or distant or caught up in political intrigue. Victoria and Albert presented themselves as moral, devoted, family-focused. They were relatable in a way royals had never been relatable before. Part of this was deliberate on Albert's part. He understood something about public relations that was ahead of his time. He knew that in an era of increasing literacy and expanding media, the monarchy needed to be seen as relevant to ordinary people's lives, not just as symbols of power, but as examples of how to live well, how to be good parents, good spouses, good citizens. So the Christmas tree was not just a pretty decoration. It was a statement. It said, "We value family. We value tradition. We value creating beauty and meaning in our private lives." And because it came from the Queen and her consort, it had weight. It had authority. It became something that respectable, middle-class families felt they should do. Within a year of that illustration being published, Christmas trees were everywhere in Britain. Shops began selling them by the thousands. The market at Covent Garden in London, which previously sold mostly food and flowers, suddenly had hundreds of Christmas trees for sale each December. By the 1860s, it was hard to find a middle-class home in England that did not have a Christmas tree during the holidays. And it was not just the tree itself. It was everything that came with it. The ornaments, the candles, the tradition of gathering the family around it, the gift-giving. All of it became part of how Christmas is done because Victoria and Albert did it that way. But here is what fascinates me about this phenomenon. The image that was published in the Illustrated London News was not quite accurate. The artist made some strategic changes. In the original scene, he observed Victoria was clearly the central figure, the queen, the monarch, the person with the power. But in the published illustration, the artist actually downplayed Victoria's royal status. He removed her crown from the scene. He made the family look more normal, more relatable, more like they could be any prosperous family celebrating Christmas together. Why? Because the whole point was to make this aspirational but achievable. If Victoria looked too queenly, too royal, too far removed from ordinary experience, people would admire the image but not try to replicate it. But if she looked like a mother, a wife, a woman enjoying her family, Well, then every woman in Britain could imagine herself in that role, could imagine creating that same warmth in her own home. And it worked. Oh, how it worked. The Christmas tree became a symbol of middle-class respectability, of family values, of doing things the right way. If you wanted to show that you were a good family, a moral family, a family that cared about the important things, you had a Christmas tree. Now, I want to be clear about something. This was not just a British phenomenon. The image was reprinted in America, where it had a similar effect. In fact, the American version went even further in removing signs of royalty. They literally cropped out Victoria's tiara and Albert's military sash, and they renamed the illustration the Christmas tree instead of the royal Christmas tree. They wanted to make it clear this is not just for royalty. This is for everyone. And American families dealing with their own anxieties about modernization and change embraced the Christmas tree just as enthusiastically as their British counterparts. By the 1850s and 1860s, Christmas trees were becoming standard in middle-class American homes. And again, it all traces back to that one image, that one illustration of Victoria and Albert, and their children published in 1848. Do you see the power of what we're talking about here? One couple, one marriage, one decision to share their private traditions with the public, or rather to allow those traditions to be observed and published. And it changes how millions of people celebrate the most important holiday of the year. That is influence. That's cultural impact on a scale that is almost hard to fathom. But let me bring this back to Victoria and Albert themselves for a moment. Because while all of this cultural transformation is happening, while the entire English-speaking world is rushing to copy their Christmas traditions, they're still just living their lives, still celebrating each year, still adding new traditions and refining old ones, still creating the family warmth that Albert brought from his German childhood and Victoria had longed for her entire life. By 1848, Christmas at Windsor has become quite elaborate. It is not just one tree anymore. Each child has their own small tree in their rooms. The main tree in the drawing room has gotten larger, more ornate. Albert still personally oversees its decoration, but now he has help. The children participate, hanging ornaments they have made themselves, choosing where each decoration should go. And the gift-giving has evolved too. Victoria is quite particular about this. She insists on giving gifts to everyone in the household, not just her immediate family, but the servants as well. Every single person who works at Windsor receives a gift from the Queen at Christmas. Sometimes it's something practical, a warm shawl, a book, a basket of food. Sometimes it is more personal, but the point is, no one is forgotten. Everyone is included in the celebration. This is actually quite radical for the time. The class divisions in Victorian England were rigid. Servants were expected to be invisible, to serve without expecting recognition or appreciation. But Victoria, guided by Albert's values, insists on acknowledging their humanity. On Christmas Eve, she and Albert and the children go to the servants' hall and personally distribute gifts. They thank the staff for their service. They wish them joy for the season. Can you imagine what that must have meant to those servants to be seen, to be thanked, to be given a gift from the Queen's own hands? It created a loyalty, a devotion that went far beyond what duty required. It made the household feel like a family, not just an institution. And this, too, became part of the Victorian Christmas ideal. The idea that Christmas was a time to acknowledge everyone, regardless of their station, to share generosity, to remember that we are all connected. all deserving of kindness and recognition. It was not always practiced. Let us be honest. Victorian society was deeply unequal and often cruel in its treatment of the poor. But the ideal was there, the aspiration, and it came directly from Victoria and Albert's example. Now, while the public is falling in love with the Christmas tree, Albert is quietly introducing other innovations. He is the one who brings crackers into the royal Christmas, those paper tubes filled with small gifts and jokes that snap when you pull them apart. They were invented in London in the 1840s by a confectioner named Tom Smith. But Albert recognizes their potential for adding whimsy and fun to the Christmas table. Soon, crackers become a standard part of English Christmas celebrations. He also elevates the status of turkey as the Christmas meal. Turkey had been available in England since the 16th century, but it was expensive and not commonly eaten. Albert, though, loves turkey. It reminds him of the elaborate Christmas feasts of his youth. So, turkey becomes the centerpiece of the royal Christmas dinner. And once again, what the royals eat becomes what everyone aspires to eat. Within a generation, turkey has replaced goose as the traditional British Christmas bird. Even the humble mince pie, which had existed in England for centuries, but had fallen somewhat out of fashion, gets revived at Windsor. Victoria loves them, and Albert makes sure they are served at every Christmas meal. Soon they're back in fashion across the country. Do you see the pattern? Everything Victoria and Albert touch at Christmas becomes a trend. Not because they are trying to influence society. They're genuinely just celebrating the way they want to celebrate, but because people are watching, observing, copying, desperate to capture even a fraction of the happiness and warmth that seems to radiate from the royal family. But here is what I find most beautiful about all of this. Victoria and Albert genuinely do not seem to care about the public impact. Yes, Albert understands it. He is aware of how the monarchy's image affects its stability and relevance. But when they are actually celebrating Christmas, when they're gathered around that tree with their children, when they are singing carols together in the evening, they are not performing. They are just being, just loving each other and their children, just creating the way they want to create. The joy is real. The warmth is authentic. And I think that is exactly why it was so influential, because people could sense the genuineness, could feel that this was not staged or artificial. This was real love, real family connection, real happiness. And in a world that often felt cold and uncertain, that authenticity was irresistible. By 1850, the transformation is complete. Christmas in Britain is no longer what it was in 1837, when Victoria took the throne. It has become the family-centered tree, decorating, gift-giving, carol-singing celebration we recognize today. And all of it traces back to Victoria and Albert, to their love, to their commitment to building the way they wanted to build, to Albert's determination to share the magic of his childhood and Victoria's desperate hunger for the warmth she never had. They have created something bigger than themselves, something that will outlast them, something that will spread across the world and become so deeply embedded in culture that people will forget it was ever new, ever revolutionary, ever anything other than tradition. But you and I know the truth now. We know where it came from, whose love made it possible. And as we move forward in their story, as we watch their family grow, and their partnership deepen, and their influence expand, we will carry this knowledge with us. We will remember that behind every tradition, behind every ritual we take for granted, there are people, human beings, who loved each other and wanted to create something beautiful, who succeeded beyond their wildest dreams. The Christmas tree revolution is complete. The traditions are established. The entire culture has shifted because two people decided to build a life together based on love and intention and the best of what they had each experienced in their own childhoods. What comes next is the deepening, the refining, the addition of even more layers to this already rich tapestry of tradition, and the challenges too. Because no life, no matter how blessed, is without its struggles. But through it all, through joy and sorrow, through triumph and tragedy, the Christmas traditions will remain. A constant, a reminder of what they built together, a gift they gave not just to each other, but to the world. Traditions are living things. They do not stay frozen in time like museum pieces. They evolve, adapt, absorb new elements while keeping their core intact. And as Victoria and Albert's family grows, 9 children eventually born between 1840 and 1857, their Christmas celebrations expand and deepen in ways that create even more of the rituals we still practice today. This is not just about trees anymore. This is about transforming every aspect of the holiday season into something intentional, meaningful, infused with love and creativity. What I want to show you now is how Victoria and Albert innovated beyond the tree, how they created a whole ecosystem of Christmas traditions that turned the entire month of December into something magical. Because by the 1850s, Christmas at Windsor Castle has become an elaborate, carefully orchestrated celebration that touches everything from food to music to the very concept of childhood itself. And every innovation, every new tradition they introduce, ripples outward into British society and eventually across the world. Let me take you deeper into their Christmas world. Let me show you the details that made it extraordinary, the small choices that became cultural touchstones, the moments of creativity and play that remind us that even queens and princes are just people trying to make their children smile. December 1856. Victoria writes in her diary about something that has become one of her favorite Christmas traditions, watching Albert create magic for their children. This particular year, he has outdone himself. He has arranged for someone to dress up as Saint Nicholas, that imposing figure from his German childhood. But this time, the performance is more elaborate, more theatrical than ever before. Victoria describes it in vivid detail. The children are gathered in the drawing room, trying to be on their best behavior, because they know Saint Nicholas is coming. And then the doors burst open, and in walks this giant figure. She writes that he looked most formidable in black robes, covered with artificial snow, with a long white beard, and a red nose, appearing to be of gigantic stature. The children are both terrified and thrilled. The younger ones clutch at their mother's skirts. The older ones try to appear brave, but you can see their eyes going wide. St. Nicholas asked them in a deep, booming voice whether they have been good, whether they have obeyed their parents, done their lessons, been kind to their siblings, and the children, stammering and nervous, assure him they have tried their very best. Then, and this is the moment they have been waiting for, he reaches into his sack and gives them gingerbread and apples, simple treats, but given by this mythical figure, they become treasures. Victoria writes about how much Albert enjoyed arranging this surprise, how his face lit up watching his children's reactions. And there is something so touching about this, is there not? Here is a man who serves as the Queen's primary advisor on matters of state. who helped organize the Great Exhibition of 1851, one of the most ambitious international projects of the century, who advises on everything from military reform to social policy, and what brings him the most joy, making his children believe in magic, because that is what all of this is really about. Not just Christmas as a religious observance or a social obligation, but Christmas as a gift to children, as a way of preserving wonder and innocence in a world that can be harsh and disappointing. Albert understands something that will become central to the Victorian conception of Christmas. Childhood is precious, it is fleeting, and it is the responsibility of parents to make it as magical as possible. This idea might not sound revolutionary to us now, but in the 1850s it was relatively new. Before the Victorian era, childhood was not really seen as a special protected state. Children were often treated as small adults, expected to work, expected to contribute to the family economy, given little time for play or imagination. But Victoria and Albert are part of a cultural shift that is beginning to see childhood differently as a time that should be preserved, cherished, filled with appropriate joys. And Christmas becomes the perfect vehicle for this. Because Christmas is when you can give children experiences that are pure magic, when you can watch their faces light up with wonder, when you can create memories they will carry with them their entire lives. Let me tell you about another innovation that comes directly from this child-centered approach, the Christmas stocking. Now, the tradition of hanging stockings has roots that go back centuries in various European countries. But Victoria and Albert popularize a specific version of it that becomes the standard. Each Christmas Eve, the children hang stockings by the fireplace in their rooms, and when they wake up on Christmas morning, those stockings are filled with small treats and gifts. Not the major presents. Those are still given on Christmas Eve in the German tradition. But little things, an orange, some nuts, a few candies, maybe a small toy or book, things that fit in a stocking, but that make Christmas morning feel like an extension of the magic, rather than an anticlimax. And there is something wonderful about this, something that speaks to the thoughtfulness Victoria and Albert bring to parenting. They're not just dumping expensive gifts on their children, they are creating anticipation, ritual, moments of discovery spread throughout the holiday season. The stocking is a promise that even after the big celebration is over, there is still more to look forward to, still more joy to be found. The British public, as always, takes note, and soon stockings hung by the fireplace become a standard part of English Christmas. By the 1860s, you can find references to Christmas stockings in popular culture, in stories and songs and advertisements. Another tradition born at Windsor Castle that becomes universal. But let me tell you about something even more specific, even more revealing about who Victoria and Albert are as parents. Victoria starts a tradition of putting coins, specifically gold sovereigns, into the Christmas pudding. This is her personal innovation, not something from German or English tradition, but something she creates herself. Why does she do this? According to accounts, it starts as a gesture of thanks to her cook, a way of acknowledging the enormous effort that goes into preparing the Christmas feast. But it quickly becomes more than that. It becomes a game, a bit of excitement. Who will find the coin in their slice of pudding? It adds an element of chance and fun to the meal, and it creates another Christmas memory for the children. The year Arthur found the sovereign, or the year Helena nearly swallowed it and everyone panicked. Think about what this tells us. Victoria, who has access to unimaginable wealth, who could give her children anything money can buy, chooses to hide a single coin in a pudding because she knows that it is not the value of the gift that matters. It is the surprise, the story, the shared experience of searching for it. This is sophistication in parenting that feels remarkably modern. The understanding that experiences matter more than things, that traditions create belonging, that children remember the rituals and the games and the times when everyone laughed together far longer than they remember expensive toys. Now, let us talk about the music, because Christmas carols as we know them are something families sing together in their homes. That also gets a huge boost from Victoria and Albert. Albert is an accomplished musician. He plays piano and organ beautifully. He composes music himself. Serious compositions, not just amateur dabbling. And he has a deep love for the old German carols he learned as a child. So he brings them to Windsor, teaches them to Victoria and the children, makes singing together a central part of their Christmas celebrations. Picture this: winter evenings at Windsor Castle, the fire burning in the grate, the Christmas tree glowing with candles, and the family gathered around the piano while Albert plays and they all sing. Silent Night, O Tannenbaum, Good King Wenceslas, while shepherds watched their flocks by night. Songs that tell stories that carry centuries of tradition that connect them to something larger than themselves. Victoria writes about these evenings with such warmth, about how Albert's voice blends with hers, about how the children gradually learn the harmonies, about how even little Beatrice, the youngest, tries to sing along in her baby voice. These are moments of pure family joy. Nothing elaborate, nothing expensive, just voices joining together in song. And once again, the public takes notice, because if the royal family sings carols together, then that must be what good families do. Suddenly, there is a market for published collections of Christmas carols. Sheet music becomes popular. The idea of caroling, of going from house to house singing, experiences a revival. Music publishers recognize a business opportunity and start producing Christmas song collections specifically for home use. By the 1860s, you cannot imagine a proper British Christmas without carols. And while the songs themselves are mostly old, some dating back to medieval times, the practice of families singing them together at home, making them a central part of the celebration, that is new. That is Victorian. That is Victoria and Albert. But I want to make sure you understand something important. These traditions are not being imposed from the top down in some authoritarian way. Victoria and Albert are not commanding their subjects to celebrate Christmas like they do. They are simply living their lives, celebrating the way they want to celebrate, and allowing that celebration to be observed and shared. And the British people, looking for models of how to navigate this rapidly changing world, looking for ways to create meaning and connection in their own lives, choose to emulate what they see. It is organic. It is bottom up as much as it is top down. The royal family provides the template, yes, but ordinary people adapt it, modify it, make it their own. A working-class family cannot afford the elaborate ornaments Victoria has on her tree, so they make decorations from paper and ribbon and natural materials. They cannot afford a whole turkey, so they have a goose or a chicken. But they can have a tree. They can hang stockings. They can sing carols. They can create their own version of the magic. And this is what makes the Victorian Christmas Revolution so powerful and so enduring. It is not about conspicuous consumption or showing off wealth. It is about creating warmth and connection with whatever resources you have. It is democratic in a way that many traditions are not. Rich or poor, you can have a Christmas tree. You can make cookies. You can sing songs. You can tell your children stories about St. Nicholas or Father Christmas. You can participate in the magic. Now, let me tell you about one more innovation that speaks to Victoria's particular genius for creating tradition: the Christmas card. Victoria does not invent the Christmas card. That credit goes to Sir Henry Cole, who was actually the first director of what would become the Victoria and Albert Museum, and who had one designed in 1843. But Victoria enthusiastically adopts the tradition and helps to popularize it. She sends Christmas cards to friends and family. She saves the ones she receives. She makes it clear that this is a meaningful gesture, a way of maintaining connections even when you cannot be together. And because the Queen does it, because she values it, it becomes something everyone wants to do. By the 1860s, after postal reforms make sending mail much cheaper, the Christmas card industry explodes. Millions of cards are sent each year in Britain. And again, this becomes something that crosses class boundaries. You do not have to be rich to send a Christmas card. You just have to care enough about someone to take the time to choose a card and write a message and send it. Do you see the thread running through all of these innovations? They are all about connection, about maintaining relationships, about creating shared experiences, about making people feel valued and remembered. Whether it is coins in the pudding, or cards in the mail, or voices singing together, it is all in service of the same goal: building and sustaining the bonds that make life meaningful. And this is Victoria and Albert's great gift. I think not just the specific traditions they create or popularize, but the underlying philosophy. The idea that celebration should be intentional, that holidays should be about bringing people together, that creating beauty and joy and meaning in your private life is not frivolous or self-indulgent, but essential, sacred. Even by the late 1850s, they have created something extraordinary at Windsor Castle. Christmas, there is a multi-week celebration involving the entire household. Every servant is included. Every child has their moment to shine. Every detail is considered, and the whole thing is infused with the love that Victoria and Albert share. A love that has deepened and matured over nearly 2 decades of marriage. They have weathered challenges together: the pressures of Victoria's role as queen, the difficulty of Albert's position as prince consort with no official power, the tensions that come from having 9 children, and all the chaos that entails. Victoria struggles with postpartum depression after several of the births. Albert's chronic health problems. He is frequently ill, suffering from stomach troubles and exhaustion. But through all of it, they keep creating, keep building, keep finding ways to make their life together beautiful. And Christmas is the pinnacle of that, the annual reminder of what they have accomplished, of the family they have built, of the love that sustains them through everything else. As we approach 1860, as Victoria and Albert celebrate their 20th Christmas together, they have no idea how little time they have left. They have no way of knowing that in just over a year everything will change, that the happiness they have so carefully constructed will be shattered in a way Victoria will be shattered, in a way Victoria will never fully recover from. But right now, in this moment, they are still together, still creating magic, still building traditions that will outlast them both, still showing the world what love can accomplish when it is paired with intention and creativity, and an absolute commitment to making life, especially for children, as beautiful and meaningful as possible. The innovations are complete. The traditions are established. Christmas as we know it has been born from the love of 2 people who found each other and decided to build something extraordinary together. And what comes next? The partnership, the working side by side, through the business of empire, the deepening of their bond, even as the pressures mount. That is where we're heading now, into the heart of their marriage, into the years when they are truly partners in every sense of the word, into the time when their love will be tested and proven and shown to be strong enough to change the world. Behind every great Christmas celebration, there is an enormous amount of work, planning, organizing, coordinating hundreds of details so that the magic appears effortless. And in the case of Victoria and Albert's legendary Christmases, much of that work fell to Albert, but not in the way you might think. Not as some distant overseer issuing commands to servants. No, Albert was hands-on in a way that was completely unprecedented for a royal of his time. He believed that the work itself was part of the celebration, that creating beauty with your own hands was not beneath dignity, but essential to it. What I want to show you now is the partnership, the actual day-to-day reality of how Victoria and Albert worked together, not just at Christmas, but in everything. Because their marriage was not just a love story. It was a collaboration, a joining of two very different people into something stronger and more effective than either could have been alone. And nowhere is that partnership more visible than in how they approached family life, state business, and yes, the orchestration of Christmas itself. This is the heart of their story, the part that made everything else possible. The working marriage that became the foundation for the traditions, the influence, the cultural transformation. Let me take you into their world and show you what a true partnership looks like. Early 1840s. Shortly after their wedding, Victoria and Albert make a decision that sounds small, but is actually revolutionary. They have their desks moved, so they sit side by side. Not across from each other, not in separate rooms, side by side, close enough that they can reach over and touch each other's hand while they work. Think about what this means. Victoria is the Queen of the British Empire. She has access to state secrets, diplomatic correspondence, military intelligence. She conducts official business that affects millions of people across the globe. And she chooses to do all of that work with her husband literally right beside her, able to read over her shoulder, to see everything she sees, to advise on every decision. This is shocking for the time. Queens did not share power this way. They might consult with advisors, yes, but those advisors were chosen by Parliament, overseen by protocol, kept at a careful distance. But Albert is different. He is Victoria's husband. He has no official role. Parliament will not even give him the title of Prince Consort until 1857, 17 years into their marriage. He has no constitutional authority whatsoever. And yet, Victoria gives him everything, not officially, not in a way that shows up in government documents or history books, but in practice, Albert becomes her co-ruler, her primary advisor, the person she trusts more than anyone else in the world to help her navigate the impossible complexity of being a constitutional monarch in the midst of industrial revolution, social upheaval, and imperial expansion. She writes to him even when they are in the same palace, even when he is just rooms away, these notes that reveal how completely she relies on him. She signs them, "Your ever devoted and much attached little wife." She asks his opinion on everything. She defers to his judgment on matters she could decide unilaterally, not because she is weak or incapable, but because she recognizes that Albert is brilliant, that his education and temperament complement hers perfectly, and that together they can accomplish more than either could alone. And Albert, he takes this responsibility incredibly seriously. He reads everything, studies everything, prepares briefings for Victoria on complex issues so she can make informed decisions. He attends Privy Council meetings, not officially, but sitting in a side room where he can hear the proceedings. He writes letters on Victoria's behalf, sometimes signing them himself, sometimes having her sign them, but with his thinking, his words shaping the message. Is this legal? Is it constitutional? Honestly, it exists in a gray area. Albert has no official power, so technically, he is just advising his wife, which is perfectly acceptable. But in practice, he is functioning as a co-monarch in all but name. And the British government, after some initial resistance, comes to accept this because they can see that Albert is good at it, that he brings rigor and intelligence and a progressive vision to Victoria's reign, that having him there makes Victoria a better queen. But this partnership is not just about politics and statecraft. It is about everything, including, significantly, the management of the royal household and the raising of their children. In most aristocratic families of the Victorian era, children were largely raised by nannies and governesses. Parents might see them for an hour or two each day at scheduled times in formal settings. But Victoria and Albert want something different. They want to be involved. They want to know their children as individuals, to shape their education and character personally, to be present in their daily lives. So they create a system. Albert, who has that systematic German mind, that love of organization and efficiency, designs curricula for each child, specific subjects to be studied at specific ages. Languages. All the children learn multiple languages fluently. Sciences, arts, history, music, everything Albert believes is necessary for well-educated, morally upright, useful members of society. But it's not just about academics. Albert also insists on physical education. He has gymnasiums built, encourages the children to spend time outdoors, to learn to ride and swim and be physically capable. He understands in a way that is ahead of his time that healthy bodies support healthy minds. And Victoria, she's more involved in the emotional side. She insists on seeing the children every day, on reading to them, on being available when they are sick or upset or struggling. She's not always good at it. She admits in her letters that she finds babies ugly and irritating, that she struggles with the chaos and noise that children bring. But she tries. She shows up. She makes the effort because she wants to give her children what she never had. Parents who are genuinely present. Now, here is where it gets interesting. Because Victoria and Albert do not always agree on parenting, they argue about it sometimes quite intensely. Victoria tends to be more indulgent, more willing to excuse bad behavior, more emotionally reactive. Albert is stricter, more concerned with moral development and discipline, more likely to see parenting as a long-term project of character formation. Their fights about this are legendary in the household. Victoria's temper is fierce. She can go from calm to absolutely furious in seconds, and when she is angry, she does not hold back. She yells. She throws things occasionally. She says cutting, hurtful words that she later regrets. Albert, by contrast, withdraws. He goes cold and formal. He writes her notes instead of speaking to her face to face, laying out his grievances in careful, logical arguments that only make Victoria more furious, because how dare he be so calm when she's so upset? But here is the beautiful part. They always reconcile. Always. No matter how bad the fight, no matter how hurt they both are, they find their way back to each other. Sometimes within hours, sometimes it takes a day or two. But they refuse to let anger build into resentment. They refuse to let disagreement fracture their partnership. and they learn from these conflicts. Over the years, Victoria becomes less explosive in her reactions. She learns to pause, to think, to consider Albert's perspective before she responds, and Albert becomes less cold, more willing to engage with Victoria's emotions instead of just trying to logic his way through them. They grow together. They become better versions of themselves because they are together. Can you see how this relates to Christmas? How the partnership they build in everyday life becomes the foundation for the celebrations they create. Because Christmas at Windsor is not just Victoria's vision or Albert's vision, it is a synthesis. It combines Victoria's love of spectacle and emotion and generosity with Albert's love of tradition and order and meaningful ritual. It is what happens when two people who complement each other perfectly decide to create something beautiful together. Let me give you a specific example. The gift-giving tradition at Windsor. Victoria wants to give lavish presents. She has the resources, and she wants to express her love through generosity. But Albert insists that gifts should also be meaningful, that they should reflect thought and care, not just expense. So they develop a system. Yes, there are expensive gifts, jewelry, artwork, fine clothing, but there are also handmade things. The children make drawings and embroidery and small crafts to give to each other and to their parents. Victoria herself works on needlepoint projects to give to Albert. Albert composes music for Victoria, writes her poems, creates things with his own hand. The result is a gift-giving culture that values both the lavish and the personal. That says, I love you through diamonds, but also through a child's crooked drawing that honors both material abundance and creative effort. It is the perfect marriage of Victoria's instincts and Albert's values. Or consider the way they handle the household staff at Christmas. Victoria's impulse is to be generous but distant. Give everyone a nice present, but maintain the social hierarchy. Albert's German sensibility is more egalitarian. He believes in acknowledging the humanity and dignity of everyone, regardless of their station. So they compromise. They give generous gifts, yes, but they also personally deliver them. They go to the servants' hall together with their children and thank everyone by name. They blur the social boundaries just enough to create real connection without completely upending the power structure. This is the art of partnership. Not always agreeing, not always getting your way, but learning to blend your strengths, to compensate for each other's weaknesses, to create something together that is better than what either of you could create alone. And the British public sees this. They see a marriage that is clearly a partnership. They see Albert advising Victoria, supporting her, helping her be a better monarch. They see Victoria respecting Albert's intelligence, trusting his judgment, making space for him to contribute even though he has no official power. And it becomes a model, becomes something that couples across Britain aspire to, because remember, this is the Victorian era. Traditional marriage at this time is extremely hierarchical. The husband has all the legal power. The wife is essentially his property. She cannot own anything, cannot sign contracts, has no legal standing separate from her husband. But Victoria and Albert cannot follow that model. Victoria is the queen. She cannot be subordinate to her husband legally or politically. So they have to invent something new. And what they invent is partnership, mutual respect, shared decision-making. The idea that marriage can be a collaboration between equals, or at least between two people, who treat each other as equals even when the formal power structure suggests otherwise. This is genuinely radical, and it influences how people think about marriage. Slowly, gradually, the Victorian ideal of marriage starts to shift away from pure patriarchal authority towards something more companionate, more based on mutual affection and respect. It does not happen overnight. It does not happen completely, but the shift begins. And Victoria and Albert's very public partnership is a significant part of why. Now I need to tell you about the shadows, because no partnership is perfect. No marriage, no matter how loving, exists without struggle, and Victoria and Albert face significant challenges. Albert's health is increasingly fragile. By the late 1850s, he is frequently ill, stomach troubles that leave him in pain and unable to eat, exhaustion that no amount of rest seems to cure. He pushes himself relentlessly. He cannot help it. It is not in his nature to do things halfway, but the cost is visible. Victoria worries constantly, watches him grow thinner, more drawn, more tired, and there is the pressure of their roles. Victoria has been queen for over 20 years by this point. The weight of that responsibility never goes away, and Albert supporting her, advising her, functioning as her unofficial co-ruler without any of the formal recognition or authority. That takes a toll. He's criticized in the press sometimes, called a foreign interloper, accused of having too much influence. It hurts him even though he tries not to show it. They also face tragedy. In 1861, Victoria's mother dies, and despite their complicated relationship, despite the years of tension and resentment, Victoria is devastated. She discovers reading through her mother's papers that her mother truly loved her, that the Kensington system, for all its faults, came from a place of desperate protectiveness, and she is flooded with guilt and grief and regret for all the harsh words, all the years of estrangement. Albert is the one who helps her through this, who comforts her, who takes on even more of her duties so she can grieve. But he is not well. He is struggling with his own health, his own exhaustion, and the burden of supporting Victoria through her mother's death while he himself is falling apart. It is almost too much. But they persist. They keep working. They keep celebrating Christmas with their children. They keep building the traditions, maintaining the partnership, showing up for each other day after day after day. Because that is what love is it not? Not just the romance and the passion and the grand gestures, but the daily choice to keep building together, even when you are tired, even when you are struggling, even when the weight of the world feels like it might crush you. December 1860, their 20th Christmas together. They celebrate at Windsor as they always do. The tree, the candles, the carols, the children, 9 of them now, ranging from Princess Victoria, who is 20 years old and already married, down to baby Beatrice, who is just 3. The gifts, the laughter, the traditions they have built so carefully over 2 decades. Victoria writes in her journal about how happy she is, about how blessed she feels, about how Christmas has become such a dear, happy time for her, using the exact phrase she once said she never had as a child. She has it now. She's created it with Albert, and she is profoundly grateful. But there is an undertone of anxiety in her words, a sense that she is holding on tight to this happiness because she knows how fragile it is, because she can see that Albert is not well, because somewhere deep inside she has a premonition that time is running out. She does not know how right she is. She does not know that this is the last Christmas they will celebrate together, that within 1 year Albert will be gone and her entire world will shatter, that the partnership they have built so carefully, the love that has sustained her for 20 years, the man who taught her what Christmas could be, all of it will be ripped away in a way she will never fully recover from. But right now, in December 1860, they are still together, still working side by side, still partners in every sense of the word, still building, creating, loving each other with the intensity and devotion that has defined their marriage from the very beginning. And the Christmas traditions, they are set now. They are strong. They are woven so deeply into the fabric of British culture that they will survive even the devastation that is coming. Even when Victoria is drowning in grief, even when she cannot bear to celebrate anything, the traditions will continue because they are bigger than any one person now. They belong to millions. But we're not there yet. Right now, we're still in the light, still in the warmth, still witnessing a partnership that is about to be tested in the most terrible way imaginable. And what comes next? The loss, the grief, the widow's Christmas. That is where we must go now. Into the darkness, into the pain, into the part of the story that will show us the true depth of Victoria and Albert's love. Because anyone can love in good times. The real test is what happens when everything falls apart. November 1861. The corridors of Windsor Castle feel colder than usual. The weather that is the weather or something else, something heavier in the air, is impossible to say. Albert is not well. He has not been well for weeks now. Stomach pains, insomnia, exhaustion that goes bone deep. He keeps working because that is who he is. He cannot stop. Even when his body is screaming for rest, his mind drives him forward. There are always more letters to write, more issues to address, more responsibilities that cannot be delegated or delayed. Victoria watches him with growing alarm. She can see him fading, getting thinner, moving more slowly, the light in his eyes dimming day by day. She begs him to rest, to see doctors, to take a break from the relentless demands of state business. But Albert waves away her concerns. He has weathered illness before. He will weather this too. There is too much to do. Christmas is coming. The children need him. Victoria needs him. He does not know, cannot know that he has less than a month to live. That the partnership, the love story, the magical Christmases are all about to end in a way that will devastate Victoria so completely that she will never fully emerge from the shadow of grief. That everything they have built together is about to be tested by the one thing that cannot be negotiated or compromised with or overcome through partnership, death itself. This is the part of the story that breaks your heart, but it is also the part that reveals the true depth of their love. So stay with me. This is going to be painful, but it is necessary because you cannot understand Victoria's Christmas. The decades of mourning, the desperate clinging to tradition, the way she kept Albert's memory alive through ritual without understanding what she lost, without witnessing the moment when her world ended. December 14th, 1861. Let me take you to that day. Not the sanitized version you might find in history books, but the raw, terrible reality of it. Because Victoria herself writes about it 10 years later, when she finally has the courage to put words to the worst day of her life, and her account is shattering in its honesty. The morning starts with cautious hope. The doctors have been saying Albert might be improving, that the fever might be breaking, that he might pull through this illness as he has pulled through others. Victoria allows herself to believe to hope. She goes to his room, the Blue Room at Windsor, and sits beside his bed, holding his hand, talking to him softly. Albert drifts in and out of consciousness. Sometimes he recognizes her. Sometimes he seems to be somewhere else entirely, lost in fever dreams and confusion. But he is still breathing, still present, still there. And as long as he is there, Victoria can convince herself that everything will be all right. The day wears on. Victoria refuses to leave his side, except when the doctors insist she must rest. She eats nothing, cannot think about food when Albert is suffering. She just sits beside him, watching the rise and fall of his chest, counting each breath like a miser counting gold coins. As long as he breathes, there is hope. Evening falls. The room grows darker. Candles are lit, and Albert's breathing becomes more labored, more irregular. The doctors exchange glances that Victoria pretends not to see. Because if she acknowledges what those glances mean, if she allows herself to understand what is happening, she will fall apart. And she cannot fall apart, not while Albert still needs her. Princess Alice, their second daughter, 18 years old, the one who's been helping to nurse her father through this illness, comes to get Victoria. "Mama," she says softly, "you should come now." And Victoria knows in that moment she knows. But knowing and accepting are two different things. She goes to the blue room. Albert is propped up in bed, surrounded by doctors who can do nothing but watch. His breathing is shallow now, rasping. Each breath sounds like it might be the last. Victoria goes to him, takes his hand, whispers his name. "Albert, my dear Albert, please, please do not leave me." Does he hear her? She will wonder about this for the rest of her life. Does he know she is there? Does he feel her hand in his? Does he understand that she loves him, that she cannot survive without him, that he is her whole world? His eyes open briefly. Do they focus on her face? She thinks so. She will always believe they do. That in those final moments, he sees her, knows her, gives her one last gift of recognition before he leaves. And then, at 10:50 in the evening, on December 14th, 1861, Prince Albert of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha, beloved husband of Queen Victoria, father of 9 children, unofficial co-ruler of the British Empire, the man who brought Christmas trees and gingerbread, and the concept of family-centered celebration to an entire culture. He stops breathing, just stops. One moment he is there struggling and suffering, but there, and the next moment, he is not. The room is exactly the same. The candles still flicker, the fire still burns in the grate, but Albert is gone, and Victoria's world ends. She does not scream, not at first. She just stares at him, waiting for the next breath that will not come. Waiting for him to open his eyes and tell her this is all a mistake. Waiting for the impossible. And then, when the impossible does not happen, when the doctors confirm what she already knows, she collapses. Not physically, she remains standing, but something inside her breaks so completely that she will never be whole again. She makes a sound, not quite a scream, not quite a wail, but something primal and terrible that makes everyone in the room flinch. The sound of a soul being torn in half. She throws herself on his body, holds him, tries to will warmth back into him through the force of her love. But love cannot resurrect the dead. Love cannot undo typhoid fever or chronic illness or whatever combination of factors finally killed Albert at the age of 42. Love can only endure and grieve and break itself against the immovable fact of death. They have to physically pull her away from him. She does not want to leave, cannot bear to leave. How can she go when Albert is still here, still present in some way, even if his soul has departed? But eventually, exhausted and devastated, she allows herself to be led back to her own rooms. She does not sleep. How can she sleep? Instead, she writes in her diary, and what she writes is so raw, so completely unguarded, that reading it feels almost intrusive, like witnessing something too private, too sacred to be shared. She writes about how this cannot be real, about how she keeps expecting to wake up and find it was all a nightmare, about how Albert was too pure and too good for this world, and God has taken him because heaven needed him more than she did. But even as she writes these pious sentiments, you can feel the rage underneath, the fury at a God who would take her husband, the absolute incomprehension of a universe that would allow this to happen. She writes, "My life as a happy one is ended. The world is gone for me." And she means it. She's not being dramatic or hyperbolic. She genuinely believes that her life is over, that everything that made existence bearable has been stripped away, that she is now just going through the motions, waiting for death to reunite her with Albert. The funeral happens quickly, December 23rd, just 9 days after his death. It is held at St. George's Chapel at Windsor, and it is private, intimate. Victoria insists on this. No state funeral, no public spectacle. This grief is too raw, too personal to be performed for the masses. Just family, just the people who loved him. But here is what you need to understand. Victoria's grief does not end with the funeral. It does not end in a week or a month or a year. It continues for the remaining 40 years of her life. She wears black every single day from December 14th, 1861, until her own death on January 22nd, 1901. 40 years, 14,600 days in mourning clothes, in widow's weeds that proclaim to the world, "I have lost everything that mattered." And it is not just the clothing. Albert's rooms in every royal residence are kept exactly as he left them. His clothes laid out on the bed each morning as if he might return to wear them. Hot water brought to his dressing room for the shave he will never take. His hairbrush on the dresser, his papers on his desk, everything frozen in time, preserved like a shrine to what was and can never be again. Is this healthy? Is this a proportionate response to grief? The psychiatrists and therapists of our time would probably say no. They would talk about complicated grief, about the importance of processing loss, and moving forward. They would be concerned about Victoria's mental health, about whether she is experiencing clinical depression that needs treatment. But I am not here to judge Victoria's grief. I am here to witness it, to understand it, to recognize that when you love someone as completely as Victoria loved Albert, when your entire identity becomes intertwined with theirs, when they're not just your spouse, but your partner, your advisor, your best friend, your co-parent, your everything. When you lose that person, the grief is not something you get over. It is something you carry for the rest of your life. And Christmas, how can Victoria possibly face Christmas without Albert? The holiday he brought to her, the traditions he taught her, the magic he created year after year with such love and care. How can she light the tree when Albert is not there to help her? How can she sing carols when his voice will not join hers? How can she give gifts when the person she most wants to give to is gone? The answer in December 1861, just weeks after Albert's death, is that she cannot. She does not celebrate Christmas that year. How could she? The thought of it is unbearable. The tree stays unlit. The carols stay unsung. The children receive gifts because Victoria is still their mother, and she will not punish them for her grief. But there is no joy in it, no magic, just the hollow going through motions of rituals that have lost all meaning. And the British public, they do not know what to make of this. Their queen, who's been so visible, so engaged, so present, suddenly withdraws completely. She refuses to appear in public, refuses to perform her ceremonial duties, refuses to do anything except mourn. She stays at Windsor or at Balmoral in Scotland or at Osborne House on the Isle of Wight, the places where she and Albert were happiest, and she grieves. People whisper, some are sympathetic. After all, Victoria and Albert's love was famous. Everyone knew how devoted they were to each other. Of course, she is devastated. Of course, she needs time. But as months turn to years and Victoria remains in seclusion, sympathy starts to curdle into frustration. She is the queen. She has responsibilities. The country needs her. How long is she going to hide? They start calling her the Widow of Windsor. Not affectionately, critically. There is talk of republicanism. Maybe Britain does not need a monarchy if the monarch refuses to do the job. Maybe it is time for a different system of government. Victoria's popularity, which was so high during her marriage to Albert, plummets. She does not care. How can she care about public opinion when she can barely care about staying alive? But here is what saves her: the children and the traditions. Because even in the depths of her grief, even when she wants to die and be reunited with Albert, Victoria cannot completely abandon the Christmas rituals they created together. The children need them. They are grieving too. Remember, they have lost their father. And while Victoria's grief is all-consuming, she still has enough maternal instinct left to recognize that her children need some continuity, some reminder that life goes on even after death. So she compromises. She will not celebrate Christmas the way they used to. That is impossible. But she will maintain some of the traditions. There will be a tree, but it will be somber. There will be gifts, but without joy. There will be a dinner, but without laughter. Everything they used to do, but drained of color and warmth and life. Christmas is memorial rather than celebration. And she does something else, too. Something that will become central to how she processes her grief and keeps Albert's memory alive. She begins to celebrate Christmas not just as a holiday, but as an act of devotion to Albert. Everything she does in his name, in his honor, as a way of saying you are gone, but not forgotten. You are dead, but still central to everything I am and do. This is grief as religion. This is love that survives death and transforms into something else. Not less powerful, but different, more focused on memory than on presence, more about preservation than creation. And while it breaks your heart to see Victoria living this way, while you want to reach through time and tell her that it is okay to move forward, that Albert would want her to live fully, that grief does not have to define her entire existence, you also have to admire the fierce loyalty of it, the refusal to let death be the end of their connection, the determination to keep loving him even when he cannot love her back. Because that is what the Christmas traditions become for Victoria after 1861. They become her way of maintaining her relationship with Albert. Every tree she decorates is decorated for him. Every carol she sings is sung to him. Every tradition she maintains is maintained in his memory. Christmas is no longer about creating joy in the present. It is about honoring what was about refusing to let the past die, even though your person is gone. And you know what? This actually helps the tradition survive and spread even further. Because Victoria's very public, very intense mourning reminds everyone of the Christmas celebration she and Albert created, reminds them that these traditions came from love, that they meant something profound, that they are worth preserving, not just as fun customs, but as sacred rituals that connect us to those we've lost. So even as Victoria withdraws from public life, even as she becomes the reclusive widow of Windsor, the Christmas traditions she and Albert pioneered continue to grow and spread. They are no longer dependent on the royal family actively promoting them. They have taken root. They have become part of the culture. They belong to everyone now. But for Victoria herself, Christmas will never again be what it was during those 20 magical years with Albert. It will always be tinged with sorrow, always haunted by the ghost of the man who made it possible, always a reminder of what she had and what she lost. And yet she continues year after year, decade after decade, maintaining the traditions, keeping Albert's memory alive through ritual, showing her children and grandchildren that love does not end with death, that the people we lose can still be present in our lives through the traditions we keep, the stories we tell, the ways we honor their memory. This is the darker side of the Christmas story, the part where magic meets grief, where joy is shadowed by loss, where the traditions that once represented pure happiness become bittersweet reminders of what can never be reclaimed. But it is also a testament to the power of love, to the way it endures, to the way it shapes us and changes us, and continues to influence our choices long after the person we loved is gone. Victoria will live another 40 years after Albert's death. 40 years of Christmas without him. 40 years of maintaining traditions that break her heart even as she faithfully performs them. 40 years of proving that love, real love, the kind that Victoria and Albert shared, does not end when the beloved dies. It transforms. It adapts. It finds new ways to exist even in the absence of the beloved. And as we move forward now, as we look at what those decades of mourning mean for Victoria and for Christmas and for the legacy they created together, we carry this understanding with us that behind every tradition there is often grief as well as joy. That the rituals that bring us comfort often exist because someone somewhere needed a way to survive loss. That Christmas itself, with all its emphasis on light in darkness, on hope in despair, on love triumphing over death, is the perfect vehicle for expressing this complex truth. Victoria's mourning is not the end of the story. It is a transformation, a deepening, a demonstration that love does not end when the beloved dies. It continues. It endures. It manifests in different ways. And the Christmas traditions that Victoria and Albert created together, they become her way of proving that their love, their partnership, their 20 years of building something beautiful together, all of that still matters. All of that is still alive, even when half of the partnership is gone. Years pass, 5, 10, 20. And every December, Victoria faces the same impossible task. How to celebrate Christmas when the person who made it magical is gone. How to maintain traditions that were created from love when half of that love has been torn away. How to light candles on a tree without remembering the way Albert used to do it. Carefully, methodically, making sure each flame was secure before moving to the next. But here is what grief teaches you. If you survive it long enough, you cannot freeze time. You cannot keep everything exactly as it was. The world moves forward, whether you want it to or not. Children grow up, grandchildren are born. Life insists on continuing even when you wish it would stop. And slowly, painfully, Victoria discovers something unexpected. The Christmas traditions she wants to abandon because they hurt too much. They are also the things that keep her connected to Albert, that make him still present in some way, that allow their love to continue even though death has separated them. So she finds a new way, not the joyful celebrations of those 20 years with Albert, but not complete abandonment either. Something in between, a way of honoring what was while acknowledging what is. And in doing so, she creates yet another model for how to grieve, how to remember, how to keep love alive through ritual and tradition, even when your heart is broken. Let me show you what Christmas looks like for Victoria in the decades after Albert dies. Because this is important. This is how traditions survive trauma, how they adapt to accommodate loss, how they become even more meaningful because they are now wrapped not just in joy, but in memory and longing, and the bittersweet ache of what can never be recovered. December 1862, the first Christmas after Albert's death. Victoria cannot bear to go to Windsor. Too many memories. The blue room where he died, the rooms they shared, the places where they celebrated all those magical Christmases together. She cannot face it, so she makes a decision that will become her new pattern. She goes to Osborne House, their holiday home on the Isle of Wight. Osborne is different. Osborne is where they went to escape court life to be just a family. Albert designed much of it himself, working with the architect to create a villa in the Italian style with gardens and terraces and views of the sea. It was his project, his vision. And somehow being in the house Albert built feels closer to him than being in Windsor, which existed long before he arrived and will exist long after Victoria is gone. So Osborne becomes her Christmas refuge. Every year from 1862 until her death in 1901, Victoria celebrates Christmas at Osborne. The same place, the same rooms, creating continuity through location even as everything else has changed. But what does celebration even mean anymore? What does Christmas look like when you're going through the motions, not out of joy, but out of duty? Out of the desperate need to maintain connection to a dead husband? Victoria insists that everything be done as Albert would have wanted. This becomes her guiding principle, not what makes her happy. She is beyond happiness now. But what would Albert approve of? What would honor his memory? What would keep his vision alive? So there is still a Christmas tree at Osborne in the main drawing room, exactly where Albert would have placed it. But Victoria cannot decorate it, cannot touch it. That task falls to the household staff and the children. They follow Albert's system as closely as possible. The gilded walnuts, the gingerbread, the candles placed just so. Everything done the way he taught them. But without his hands, without his presence overseeing the work, it feels hollow, like a museum recreation of something that was once alive. Victoria enters the room after the tree is finished and lit. She stands there in her black mourning clothes. She will wear nothing else for the rest of her life. And she looks at the tree through tears. Is it beautiful? Yes. Does it remind her of Albert? Devastatingly so. Does it bring comfort or pain? Both. Always both. She writes in her diary about these moments, about how Christmas has become a time of terrible pain for her, about how every tradition reminds her of what she has lost, but also, and this is crucial, about how she feels closer to Albert when she maintains these rituals, about how she can almost sense his presence when she is doing things the way he would have done them, about how the traditions become a form of communication with the dead, a way of saying, I remember, I honor you, I have not forgotten. Do you see what's happening here? Christmas is transforming from celebration to memorial, from joy to devotion. It is becoming less about creating new happiness and more about preserving old happiness, about keeping Albert's vision alive, even though he is no longer there to guide it. And there is something both beautiful and heartbreaking about this. Beautiful because it shows the depth of Victoria's love. Heartbreaking because you can see her becoming trapped in the past, unable to move forward, unable to imagine that Christmas could ever mean anything other than pain wrapped in ritual. But the children, what about the children? They're still growing, still living, still needing a mother who can be present for them, not just a widow drowning in grief. And this is where Victoria's story gets complicated, because she is not a perfect mourner. She's not always noble or graceful in her grief. Sometimes she is selfish. Sometimes she uses her mourning as a weapon. Sometimes she expects everyone around her to grieve exactly as intensely as she does, and she resents them when they dare to feel happy. Her relationship with her eldest son, the Prince of Wales, the future King Edward VII, becomes particularly strained. Victoria blames him for Albert's death, literally blames him, because in November 1861, just weeks before Albert died, there was a scandal. The Prince of Wales, who was 19 at the time, had an affair with an actress named Nellie Clifton, and when Albert found out, he was devastated, mortified, terrified that the scandal would destroy the reputation of the monarchy. Albert traveled to Cambridge, where the Prince of Wales was studying to confront his son, and he was already ill at the time, already weak. And Victoria convinces herself that this trip, this stress, this disappointment in their son, is what killed Albert. That if the Prince of Wales had been better behaved, Albert would still be alive. Is this fair? Is this rational? No. Albert died of typhoid fever, possibly complicated by chronic health conditions. The Prince of Wales' behavior did not cause his death. But grief is not rational. Grief needs someone to blame, and Victoria chooses her son. So Christmas becomes even more painful because of the family tensions. The Prince of Wales is there trying to celebrate with his mother and siblings, and Victoria can barely look at him. Her grief and anger radiate off her like heat from a fire. She is cold to him, critical. She treats him like he is responsible for destroying the family's happiness. Can you imagine what that does to a young man to be 20, 21, 25 years old, to have lost your father, and to have your mother constantly blaming you, constantly reminding you that you are the reason the family is broken? It is cruel. It is unfair. And it damages their relationship for the rest of Victoria's life. But at the same time, and this is important to acknowledge, Victoria is trying in her own wounded, limited way. She's trying to be a mother. She insists that Christmas still happens for her children. She gives them gifts. She makes sure there are treats and decorations, and some semblance of celebration. It is not the warm, joyful Christmas of Albert's time, but it is not nothing either. It is what she can manage while drowning in grief. And the children respond to this in different ways. Some, like Princess Alice and Princess Beatrice, become caretakers of their mother's grief. They stay close. They help maintain the traditions. They participate in the memorial version of Christmas that Victoria creates. Others, like the Prince of Wales, rebel. They leave as soon as they can. They create their own Christmases elsewhere. They refuse to be trapped in their father's ghost. There is no right response. There is just a family trying to survive a loss that has broken them all in different ways. And Christmas becomes the annual reminder of that brokenness, the time when they all have to come together and face the enormous absence at the center of their lives. But something else is happening too. Something Victoria does not intend but cannot prevent. The British public is watching her grief, and they are learning from it. Learning that it is acceptable to mourn deeply, that love does not end with death, that maintaining rituals and traditions in memory of those we have lost is not morbid but meaningful. Victorian mourning culture becomes incredibly elaborate, partly because of Victoria's example. The wearing of black for extended periods, the preservation of the deceased belongings, the construction of memorials and monuments. All of this gets amplified and normalized because the Queen does it. If she can grieve publicly and intensely, then so can everyone else. And Christmas becomes part of this mourning culture. It becomes a time when you remember those who have died, when you honor their memory, when you tell stories about past celebrations that included them, when you light candles not just for joy, but for remembrance. This is different from the pure celebration that Victoria and Albert created together. But it is not less meaningful. In some ways, it is more meaningful because it acknowledges the full complexity of human experience. The fact that holidays can be joyful and painful at the same time, that we can celebrate while also grieving, that the people we have lost can still be present at the table through memory and tradition and the stories we tell. Now, let me tell you about one specific tradition that becomes central to Victoria's mourning Christmas. Every year at Osborne, she has Albert's bust brought to the dinner table. Not a painting, not a photograph, an actual marble bust sculpted from life while he was alive. And it sits there in a place of honor, as if Albert is joining them for Christmas dinner. Is this strange? By our modern standards, yes, deeply strange. But for Victoria, it makes perfect sense. Albert should be at the Christmas table. He created these traditions. This is his celebration as much as hers. So his image, as permanent and unchanging as marble, takes his place, and everyone eats and talks and celebrates while this white stone face watches over them. The children get used to it. The grandchildren born after Albert died grow up thinking this is normal, that of course there is a bust of grandfather at Christmas dinner, that of course grandmother wears only black and talks about grandfather constantly and organizes everything around his memory. This is just how things are, how they have always been as far as the younger generation knows. And in a way, this is how traditions survive and evolve. The next generation does not remember the original version. They only know the adapted version, the one shaped by grief. And they take that version and make it their own, adding their own modifications, their own meanings, until eventually it becomes something new, while still carrying traces of what it was. By the 1870s and 1880s, Victoria has been mourning for 10, 20 years, and she is finally starting to emerge from complete seclusion. Not because her grief has lessened, it has not, but because her ministers and advisors, and even her children, convince her that she has responsibilities, that the monarchy is in danger if she continues to be invisible, that she needs to be queen again, not just the widow of Windsor. So, she compromises. She will perform some public duties. She will appear at ceremonies and celebrations, but she will not give up her mourning. She will not pretend to be happy. She will be Victoria Regina, queen and widow, forever marked by loss. And Christmas, Christmas remains at Osborne, remains wrapped in Albert's memory, remains both celebration and memorial. But slowly, gradually, it expands again. The grandchildren bring new energy, new joy, new life that cannot be suppressed, even by the weight of Victoria's grief. They play and laugh and run through the halls of Osborne. They're excited about Christmas in a way that is pure and uncomplicated. And Victoria, watching them, feels something she's not felt in years, a faint stirring of pleasure, of warmth, of connection to life. Instead of just to death, she is still in mourning. She will always be in mourning. But she is learning that mourning and living are not mutually exclusive, that you can honor the dead while also embracing the living, that the Christmas traditions she and Albert created can serve both purposes, keeping his memory alive while also creating new memories with the next generation. This is the wisdom that comes from surviving grief, not conquering it, not getting over it, but surviving it, learning to carry it, learning that love persists through loss, and that traditions can be both backward-looking and forward-looking at the same time. By the 1890s, Victoria is in her 70s. She's been queen for over 50 years. She's been a widow for 30 years. And Christmas at Osborne has become an institution. The royal family gathers there every year, 3, sometimes 4 generations together. And while Victoria is still the center, still dressed in black, still talking about Albert, still maintaining his traditions with fierce devotion, the celebration has grown around her grief, has become bigger than her grief, has become something that can hold both remembrance and joy, both past and present, both death and life. And the British people, they have followed her lead once again. Christmas in Britain by the end of Victoria's reign is not just about joy and celebration. It is also about remembrance, about honoring those who are gone, about acknowledging that the holidays can be bittersweet, especially for those who are missing someone, about creating space for grief alongside happiness. This is Victoria's final gift to Christmas tradition. Not the trees or the carols or the gift-giving. She and Albert gave those together. But this understanding that Christmas can hold complexity, that it does not have to be perfect or purely happy to be meaningful. That love expressed through memory and ritual is still love, still valid, still powerful. And as we approach the end of Victoria's story, as we move toward the final Christmas, she will celebrate the final chapter of this love story that began so long ago in a cold palace with the lonely girl dreaming of connection. We carry this understanding with us, that the traditions Victoria and Albert created together survived not in spite of grief, but because of it. That their love story did not end with Albert's death, but transformed, continued, found new ways to manifest through the rituals Victoria maintained so faithfully. For 40 years, one last Christmas is coming, Victoria's last Christmas. And what happens then, how the story concludes, what legacy remains, how their love continues to shape the world, even after both of them are gone. That is where we're heading. Now to the end and to the beginning that comes after every ending. Christmas 1900. The last one. Though Victoria does not know it yet, cannot know it. This will be her final December, her final gathering of family at Osborne, her final attempt to maintain the traditions that have defined her life for 60 years. She's 81 years old now, tiny, frail, nearly blind from cataracts, her body failing in the slow, inexorable way that bodies do when they've been alive for 8 decades. But her mind is still sharp, still filled with memories of Albert, still devoted to keeping his vision alive, even though he's been gone for 39 years, nearly twice as long as they were married. Think about that for a moment. She spent 20 years with Albert, and she has spent nearly 40 years without him. The absence has lasted longer than the presence, and yet her devotion has not wavered, has not faded. If anything, it has intensified with time. Because when you lose someone young, when they die in the prime of life, they never age in your memory. They stay perfect, frozen, forever 42 and handsome and brilliant, while you grow old and tired and worn down by the weight of living without them. This is Victoria's reality as she approaches her final Christmas. She is ancient. Albert is eternal. And the gap between them, between who she has become and who he will always be in her memory, is both painful and comforting. Painful because it reminds her how long she has survived without him. Comforting because it means he is preserved, unchanging, waiting for her in whatever comes after this life. Let me take you to Osborne House in December 1900. Let me show you what the end looks like. How a love story that changed the world finally comes to its close. How traditions survive even when the people who created them do not. The family gathers as they always do. Children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. The royal family has become enormous over Victoria's long reign. Her 9 children have married and had children of their own, who have grown up and had children. She is the matriarch of a dynasty that spreads across Europe. The grandmother of Europe, they call her. And it is not just affectionate. Her descendants occupy thrones and hold titles from Britain to Germany to Russia. The web of royal connections she has woven through her children's marriages is staggering in its reach. But she does not care about that right now. Right now, at Christmas, all she cares about is that they are here, that they have come to Osborne, that they are participating in the traditions that Albert created and she has maintained. This is what matters. Not thrones or empires, but family gathered together in the house Albert designed, celebrating the holiday he loved, keeping alive the vision of what Christmas should be. The tree is there, of course, always a tree, decorated exactly as Albert would have done it. The servants know the system by now. 40 years of practice, they could do it in their sleep. Gilded walnuts, gingerbread cookies, barley sugar canes, candles placed with mathematical precision, everything exactly as it has been since 1840, when a young German prince brought this tradition to a lonely English queen. Victoria is brought to see it in a wheelchair now. She can no longer walk the distances required to move through Osborne's rooms. Her legs, which were never strong, she was always tiny, barely 5 feet tall, have finally given out. But she insists on seeing the tree, on being present for the lighting of the candles, on witnessing this ritual that connects her to Albert across the vast gulf of death. They wheel her into the drawing room. The family parts to let her through this ancient woman in black, who has been the fixed point of their universe for as long as most of them can remember. The younger ones have never known a queen who wore colors, have never seen Victoria in anything but mourning. To them, this is just who she is. The eternal widow, the woman who loves a ghost. The candles are lit, one by one. The tree begins to glow, and Victoria sits there, her clouded eyes trying to focus, trying to see through the cataracts to the beauty she knows is there. Can she see it clearly? Probably not. But she has seen it so many times before. Has it memorized? The exact pattern of light and shadow, the way the candles make the ornaments shimmer, the magic of a tree transformed by fire into something almost holy. She cries. She always cries. For 39 years, she has cried when the Christmas tree is lit, cried for Albert, for what they had, for what she lost, for the impossibility of moving forward when your heart is buried with someone who died decades ago. But maybe this year there is something else in her tears, too. A sense of ending, a premonition that this is the last time, that next Christmas she will not be here, that the reunion she's longed for, the moment when she will see Albert again, is finally close. Does she want to die? Not exactly. She's not suicidal, but she is tired. So tired. And the idea of being reunited with Albert, of ending this long separation, of no longer having to carry the weight of love that has nowhere to go except into memory and ritual. That idea has its appeal, especially now when her body is failing and the world is changing into something she barely recognizes. The year 1900 is the edge of a new century. The modern world is emerging. Electricity, automobiles, moving pictures, things that would have seemed like magic to the young Victoria who married Albert in 1840. The world Albert knew is gone. And Victoria, who has lived long enough to see it disappear, feels like an artifact, a remnant of a different age, still maintaining traditions from a time when candles on a tree were revolutionary, when the very idea of celebrating Christmas as a family holiday was new and strange. But here is what she does not fully realize. Those traditions have become so deeply embedded in culture that they no longer need her to survive. They belong to everyone now, to millions of families across the English-speaking world who put up trees and sing carols and exchange gifts without having any idea that these practices were popularized by a German prince and his English queen. The traditions have outlived their creators, have become immortal in a way that human beings never can. On Christmas Day, there is the usual dinner. Turkey, because Albert loved turkey. Mince pies, because they are traditional plum pudding with coins hidden inside, because Victoria started that custom 40 years ago. All the foods that have become synonymous with English Christmas. All the tastes and smells that trigger memories for the family members present. And Albert's bust is there, of course, at the table in the place of honor. This ritual that seemed so strange when Victoria first instituted it has become normal through repetition. The children barely notice it anymore. The grandchildren think it is just how things are done. Only the great-grandchildren, the very youngest ones, sometimes stare at the marble face and wonder why there is a statue at dinner. Victoria eats almost nothing. She has no appetite anymore. Food is just fuel, and she needs very little fuel these days. She's running on fumes, on willpower, on the determination to make it through one more Christmas, one more gathering of family, one more performance of the rituals that have defined her life. But she watches the others eat, watches them talk and laugh and live, and there is a bittersweet quality to her observation. Pride in what she and Albert created, this enormous sprawling family, this gathering that spans 3 generations and multiple countries, this proof that their love produced something that continues, that grows, that has its own life independent of them, but also sadness that Albert cannot see it, that he died when the oldest of their children was barely 20, that he never got to meet most of his grandchildren, never mind his great-grandchildren, that he was robbed of so much life, so much joy, so much of the future they should have shared. After dinner, there are gifts still given on Christmas Eve in the German tradition. Though some of the family have also adopted the English practice of Christmas morning presents, the traditions are blending, evolving, becoming something new while retaining echoes of the original. Victoria gives gifts to everyone. She has always been generous at Christmas, and she does not stop now, even though she is dying. Small things, mostly tokens, photographs of herself or of Albert, books, jewelry for the women, watches for the men. Nothing extravagant by royal standards, but thoughtful, chosen with care. Each gift a statement. I see you. I know you. You are part of this family that Albert and I built, and they give gifts to her. What do you give a queen who is 81 years old and has everything? What do you give someone who wants nothing except to be reunited with her dead husband? The gifts are symbolic, mostly flowers, new photographs for her collection, things for her many residences, offerings to a matriarch who's become more symbol than person, more monument than human being. But there is one gift that matters more than the others. One tradition that has become central to Victoria's Christmas experience. Her children and grandchildren sing for her. Carols, the ones Albert taught them, the German songs he brought from his childhood. Silent Night, O Tannenbaum, the melodies that carry 60 years of memory that connect this moment to all the Christmases before it. Back to that first one in 1840, when Victoria discovered what the holiday could be. She sits in her chair and listens, and for a moment, just a moment, she can almost pretend that Albert is here, that his voice is among the others, that this is not an ending, but just another Christmas in an endless succession of Christmases they will celebrate together. The illusion does not last. Reality intrudes. But for that brief space of time, love conquers death and absence, and Victoria is young again, and Albert is alive, and everything is as it should be. The evening ends. The family disperses to their rooms. Osborne House grows quiet, and Victoria, helped to bed by her attendants, lies in the darkness and thinks about Albert, as she has done every night for 39 years, talks to him in her mind, tells him about the day, about the children and grandchildren, about how she has kept his traditions alive, about how tired she is, about how she hopes it will not be much longer before she can come to him. She does not know that she has less than a month to live, that on January 22nd, 1901, she will die at Osborne House with her children around her, just as Albert died at Windsor with his family present. That her final Christmas is truly final, but maybe on some level she senses it. Maybe that is why this Christmas feels different, more weighted, more like a farewell. January arrives. The new century has officially begun. 1901. Victoria grows weaker. She cannot get out of bed anymore, can barely stay awake. Her body is shutting down system by system, preparing for the end. Her children gather again, not for celebration this time, but for vigil, waiting for the inevitable. And on the 22nd of January at 6:30 in the evening, Victoria dies peacefully, quietly, surrounded by family, including her eldest son, the one she blamed for Albert's death, but who she's made peace with in these final years. Wilhelm, her grandson, the Kaiser of Germany, holds her as she takes her last breath. And then it is over. 63 years as queen, 81 years of life, 40 years of widowhood, all of it finished in a moment. But here is the thing about Victoria's death, the thing that shows the depth of her love for Albert, the way it shaped every single aspect of her life, including its ending. When they prepare her body for burial, they follow instructions she left years ago, detailed specific instructions about what should be placed in her coffin. Albert's dressing gown is laid beside her, the one he wore in life, the fabric still carrying perhaps some faint trace of his scent, though 40 years have passed since he last touched it. A plaster cast of his hand is placed in her coffin, too, so she can hold his hand even in death. Photographs of him, letters he wrote to her, a lock of his hair, everything she needs to make the journey from this world to whatever comes next. Where she must believe Albert is waiting for her. This is love that transcends death, love that refuses to be limited by mortality, love that says, I am yours even when we are separated by the boundary between life and death, and I will carry you with me in every way I can until we are reunited. The funeral is massive. State funeral, the largest Britain has seen. People line the streets to watch the procession, not because they particularly loved Victoria in her later years. Remember, she was the widow of Windsor, often unpopular, often criticized for her absence from public life. But because she represents an entire era, because she has been queen longer than anyone alive can remember, because her death is the end of an age. And do you know what happens after Victoria dies? The Christmas traditions continue. Of course they continue. They are not dependent on her anymore. They belong to the culture now, to millions of families who celebrate exactly the way Victoria and Albert taught Britain to celebrate, without even knowing they are following a template created by a royal couple 60 years earlier. The Christmas tree, the carols, the family gathering, the gift-giving, the turkey dinner, the stockings hung by the fireplace, the cards sent to friends and family. All of it continues, spreads even further, crosses more borders, becomes so universal that people think it has always been this way, that Christmas has always looked like this, that these traditions are ancient and eternal, rather than relatively recent and created by two specific people who loved each other desperately. This is the ultimate victory of Victoria and Albert's love. Not that they were happy together, though they were for 20 years profoundly happy. Not that they influenced their own time, though they did enormously, but that they created something that outlasted them, that continues to bring joy and connection and meaning to millions of people who will never know their names, never read their love letters, never understand that the Christmas they celebrate was invented by a lonely queen and a serious prince who found each other and decided to build something beautiful together. Victoria is buried at Frogmore in the mausoleum that was built for Albert 40 years earlier. They designed it together, actually, in the years before his death, planned where they would lie side by side for eternity. And now, finally, after 4 decades of separation, they are together again. 2 marble effigies lying next to each other, frozen in time, forever young in death, even though Victoria was ancient when she died. And around the world, people continued to celebrate Christmas, to put up trees and light candles, and gather their families, and exchange gifts and sing carols. They do it without thinking about Victoria and Albert, without knowing that what they are doing is an act of remembrance, a ritual that keeps alive in however diluted a form the love story of 2 people who've been dead for over a century, but whose influence persists in the most ordinary, everyday moments of our lives. This is immortality, not living forever in your own body, but living forever in the traditions you create, in the ways you shape culture, in the ripples you send out into the world that continue long after you're gone. Victoria and Albert are both dead, but their Christmas, the one they invented together, the one they refined through 20 years of marriage and 40 years of widowhood, Their Christmas is alive, thriving, growing, evolving, touching lives in ways they never could have imagined. And as we come now to the end of their story, as we prepare to step back and see the full scope of what they accomplished, what they created, what they gave to the world, we carry this understanding with us that love, when it is deep enough and intentional enough and committed enough, can change the world, can create beauty that persists long after the creators are gone, can touch millions of lives in the most ordinary everyday moments. Every time you put up a Christmas tree, you are connecting to their love story. Every time you gather your family and exchange gifts and sing carols, you are participating in something they built. Every time you light candles in the darkness and choose to create warmth and joy, even when the world is cold, you are honoring them whether you know it or not. And maybe that is the ultimate form of immortality. Not being remembered by name, not having statues built or biographies written, but having the things you created become so universal, so embedded in culture that they become invisible, that people do them without thinking, that your love story becomes everyone's Christmas tradition. Victoria and Albert are gone, but their love is everywhere. In your living room, in your traditions, in your understanding of what it means to celebrate, to gather family, to create magic in the darkest time of year. They are the invisible guests at every Christmas celebration, the unseen architects of joy. And as their story ends, or rather transforms, because stories like this never really end, we are left with this: love matters. Love creates. Love persists. Not just in memory, but in reality. In the actual tangible ways people live their lives generations after the lovers are gone. That is worth remembering, worth honoring, worth carrying forward into your own life and your own relationships and your own attempts to build something beautiful in a world that needs all the beauty it can get. So we have reached the end of our journey together. We started with a lonely 18-year-old queen in a cold palace, and we've traveled through love and marriage and partnership and grief and legacy, and arrived here now with you, understanding that the Christmas you celebrate is their gift to you. Their love transformed into tradition, passed down through generations, landing in your life like a present you did not even know you were receiving. I hope this story has given you something, not just information about history, though we have covered a lot of that, but perspective, understanding, a sense of connection to people who lived over a century ago, but whose love still shapes your life in tangible ways. I hope it has made you think about your own relationships, your own traditions, your own attempts to create meaning and beauty and connection, because you are doing the same thing Victoria and Albert did. You are building something, and who knows, maybe what you build will outlast you too. Maybe what you create will ripple outward in ways you cannot predict or control. Maybe you are creating the future's past right now in this moment with the choices you make about how to love and how to live. Thank you for spending this night with me, for letting me tell you this story, for caring enough about Victoria and Albert and Christmas and love to listen all the way to the end. It means more than you know. And hey, if you found value in this journey we took together, if you learned something or felt something or saw your own life in a new way, do me a favor. Leave a comment below and tell me what struck you most, what surprised you, what you're going to think about differently the next time you put up a Christmas tree. I read every comment and I would love to hear from you. And if you want more stories like this, more deep dives into history that connect to your life today, more explorations of how the past shapes the present in ways we do not usually notice, make sure you are subscribed to this channel because I have so many more stories to tell you, so many more journeys to take together, so many more ways to show you that history is not dead and dusty and irrelevant, but alive and present and actively shaping the world you live in right now. Next time, we're going to explore another love story, another moment when two people came together and changed the world without meaning to. Another piece of your life that has a story behind it you never knew. I cannot wait to share it with you. But for now, for tonight, let this settle into your heart. You are part of their story. Victoria and Albert's love story is your story too, because you live it every Christmas. And that connection across time, across death, across the vast gulf between the Victorian era and the modern world, that connection is real, is powerful, is beautiful. Sleep well, my friends. Dream of candlelit trees and gingerbread and love that survives everything the world throws at it. And when you wake up, when you go about your life, when you celebrate your next Christmas, remember where it came from. Remember the winter love that warmed the world. Remember Victoria and Albert. And let their story inspire you to create your own traditions, build your own legacy, love deeply enough that it echoes long after you're gone. Until next time, thank you. Good night. And Merry Christmas whenever you celebrate it. However you celebrate it with the full knowledge now of where that celebration really comes from. This is your storyteller signing off. But the story never really ends. It just keeps going in you, in your traditions, in every Christmas tree that glows in the darkness. That is the magic. That is the gift. That is the winter love of Queen Victoria. Alive and well in the 21st century. Sweet dreams.